And a wonderful good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back to New Orleans, Louisiana, here at Colonial Bowling Center. As the Colonial Lanes Classic continues, it's day number 2, which means a different format in NCAA bowling. It is time for traditional play, traditional team games. So unlike Baker, of course, you get 5 players still, but those 5 players will each bowl one individual game. And, of course, they'll add all 5 of those scores, and we will get a total pinfall tally. Vanderbilt, who shot 11-12 in match 5 yesterday after dropping their previous 2 matches, won the third. They went 3-2 in day 1. But the 11-12 catapulted them back into the lead at 51-93. Just 9 pins in front of Arkansas State, who went undefeated yesterday on 5-0. Louisiana Tech was third. They were second heading into match 5 at 51-66. Wichita State was leading heading into the final match yesterday. They dropped their match 5. Or I'm sorry, they actually won the match but had their lowest pinfall total, which dropped them from first to fourth at 50-84. There are 7 teams. In fact, from first to 7th, the difference in pinfall is only 190 pins. And so today is a very important day, to say the least. And your doors will start on the right lane. We'll get the Vanderbilt lineup as they get set to take on Duquesne. And Jody Federhoff, who's been at the helm for Duquesne. I feel like she's one of the longest tenured coaches, certainly in NCAA bowling, has been at the helm since the program began. That was in officially October of 2015, and has had several NCAA tournament appearances since. And so Duquesne and Vanderbilt to open up competition here day 2. My name is Emil Williams Jr., again live from Colonial Bowling Center. We are streaming, of course, on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. We encourage you, please share and hit the thumbs up on YouTube. We are also streaming today on Facebook, on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. If you happen to be watching on Facebook just throughout the day, pop over to the YouTube channel if you wouldn't mind. Hit the thumbs up. So, of course, the athletic department knows that you also care. You care a ton, in fact, about Vanderbilt women's bowling. All right, so for Duquesne, already 2 up and 2 down, strike spare early. For the doors, already a familiar lineup, and to be honest, Victoria Verano was fantastic in the leadoff spot. Sapphire Nofuente was excellent yesterday in the number 2 position, and she gets the start there today. Right now, on your score screen, and of course that's to the right. Vanderbilt, again, is on the right side of the score, just so you know. I'll be able to keep you informed and in track of what the scores are looking like, of course, throughout. 43 feet. That's the distance of this lane condition. 30 mils. It was an interesting pattern, I would say, yesterday, watching things develop. Early on the fresh, Vanderbilt shot 10.98 and 11.11 in their first two matches. They did run into some transition trouble in matches 3 and 4 before rallying in match 5. They shot 2.99 in that match 5 victory. Again, part of the 11-12 effort that catapulted them back into first place. Natalie Kent gets the start. Natalie came in and during that match 5 and was very good. She had 10 frames worth of competition. I believe she struck 8 of those 10 times. No one wants to see the early 5, but she handles business on the spare. Thank you all for the early watching. Chris, hard for me to tell. That is one of the challenges. It is difficult for me to know if there is an issue that's not visually. But I turned on the audio monitor. Sounds decent in my ear. Hopefully that will work itself out. One thing I did notice when we start a broadcast or when we move pair to pair, the first couple of minutes of a new broadcast or what is essentially a new broadcast or a new game does seem to be a bit wobbly, and then it evens itself out as the game or the match goes on. So just keep me honest on that, if you wouldn't mind. Danielle Henderson. This is also the format where a team can be carried by one player. So if someone's shooting 250, 260, 270, and the rest of the team managing 180, 190, 2-0, in many cases that can get you a win. I want to thank everybody who has been who watched yesterday. I understand that there was some really good feedback, and honestly, just has nothing to do with me. I'm just happy to be here and provide a little bit of, really what I do is just provide some context, right? You might see a lot of things that are happening, but in some cases, I may be able to help you know or understand why it's happening, and or give my best estimation based on experience. That's a good Brooklyn. Today's pace of play, it might ultimately feel a little slower. Baker has a tendency to get quick, especially once the team gets into a groove or a roll and the strike starts to pile up. Of course, the pace of play often gets fast as well, or faster. But just like any other NCAA day, once everyone is complete with each individual game, and I'm talking about as a field, no one will move pairs until all matches are complete. No Fuente. Oh, she trips a 4 early. Natalie Kent again getting the start today. Hook ball. Great shot. I'm in already. The first cheer for Emil today. I'm set for the rest of the day. And that technically was 5 in a row. Vanderbilt is actually, again, bowling on their score screen will be on the right. So they do have a combined 5 in a row at the moment. Up now for Duquesne, Taylor Miller, a freshman from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. Kerry Smith is a PWBA regional champion, also from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. It's Caitlin Abaganya to take care of the single pin here. It's been fun getting a chance to hang around the squad, getting to know the players just a little bit better, right? The additional kind of layer from the personal aspect of things. Also, several of us sat around the lobby television and watched the Vanderbilt women's soccer game, at least until, unfortunately, it wasn't available any longer on ESPN Plus last night. There was a technical issue, which I know a lot about, unfortunately, in the media world. Shout out to our trainer this week, Skylar, educating a lot of on several nuances with regards to soccer. Early double again for Danielle Henderson. So the Doors, I don't think there's any doubt that they do like the fresh. It's the transitional periods tomorrow. I'm sorry, not tomorrow. This afternoon that will be most important for them. Emma Sikierski, the senior from Davison, Michigan, anchoring the Dukes of Duquesne out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It feels much longer, but again, the program began in October of 2015, but it feels like they've been around now for 20 years as opposed to just 10. Mary Beth Baker having herself a nice start for Duquesne. Verano trying to do the same team. And Victoria, big double early. She's got dad in attendance this week. Well, for those that don't know, Victoria's younger sister, Gianna Verano, bowls for Youngstown State. And so dad gets a chance to watch 2 of the 3 of his daughters. Of course, their older sister, Danielle McEwen, went to Fairleigh Dickinson University. This was pre-PWBA for Danielle. She is now a 9-time winner on tour and a multi-time major champion. That's a nice break there. What would have been a 210. Now just a single pin here for Sapphire No Fuente. I didn't get a chance to get Sapphire's stats yesterday. So I can't confirm the number of strikes, but I would say she struck more than half of the time based on percentage. She bowled every frame yesterday, all 5 matches. I haven't been around the program, of course, long enough to say if this was her best ever performance, but I bet it would rank up there, at least from the individual day perspective, especially now just as still a young sophomore and seeing some time, of course, as a freshman. Doors with a very good blueprint. Here's Natalie Kent. It's 2-10. I'm sorry, 3-10. I beg your pardon. Looking at some early indications of scores around us. To our right, North Carolina A&T. Pretty good matchup early with Arkansas State. To our left, a potential preview of a possible SWAC championship. Southern University taking on Texas Southern. All right, Kent will take one first open as a team for the Doors. When you flip the script and go from objectively calling bowling to focusing in and having that hyper focus for a team. Sometimes it's the little things and more like social media hashtags that are most important. So I don't think I've typed anchor down more in my life than I have in the last 3 days. But I love it. The bowling part I'm pretty okay at. But you got to know the proper hashtags. A lot of people put in a lot of work in social media and social media marketing. Had some good folks watching both on YouTube and Facebook. Again, just throughout the day, if you are watching on Facebook, do us a favor and head over to the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and just hit the thumbs up. That's got to hook a ton, and it does. Oh, my. That looks like a level for Danielle. That's something that will give her some early control. And also see the ball, see the mid lane a little earlier too. That's a good question, Sean. The pattern is the same for the entire weekend. But, of course, if you know bowling a little bit, and for those who may be watching who don't know it that well, you can put the same pattern out, but it could play differently each single day. And the players anticipate it to play different every single day for a couple of reasons. One, the saying is the more the pattern is applied or put down, the truer it plays. There's a thing called house memory. So on the first day a pattern is laid out, the bowling center and the oil machine tries to strip the lanes as best as it possibly can. Kick it. 9-pin goes for Verano. She's got 3 in a row early. So you try to get all the oil off as best as you can. Hopefully the machine will do the best job it can. And then you apply in this case, of course, the 43-foot lane condition. Sometimes in a practice session, it's the first time it's been laid out, or maybe the second time. But if the previous night had, league bowling, and maybe the center's house shot was out, that's where the oil machine is important to strip and try to remove as much of that house shot, quote-unquote, memory. And so as the weekend goes on and all of the house shot memory moves away, by the time you get to Sunday, you get a true sense of what the pattern may look like or should look like. And sometimes because of that, there's some differing and varying adjustments you got to make each and every day. So you can never just plan in bowling, in particular, to have it the same every single day. We would all love that, especially as bowlers, but generally we know better. Great question, though, Sean, and that allowed me to explain some things that for some who may not know. Great bounce back shot. I'm in again. Another collective 5 in a row. This is pretty important, I would say, early for Vandy, right? Because they shot 1098 out the gate yesterday. If they can do that again today, and you anticipate the other teams, especially those in the top 7 right now, to be just as good. So they will have to necessarily keep pace. But their look is good. When your look's good, you got to be able to capitalize. Abagania at the 4-pin. Hello, Ramon. Talked about Vandy's statistical record coming into this weekend at 30-9. Of course, they won 3 times yesterday. So they now, through day 1 of competition overall in the season, 33-11. As a team, they have a 49%, near 50% strike percentage in traditional competition. And, of course, that's where we are today. So all of the traditional stats really start to take shape, especially for players like Caitlin Abagania, whose traditional average is 210.7. Danielle's traditional average is 213.8, and that's according to the Player Composite Performance Index. She too with a 310 to deal with. Duquesne with a couple of solid players too. I talked about Mary Beth Baker and that leadoff role there. Anchor Emma Sikorsky is in the top 50. She's 47th. Mary Beth is 43rd in that Player Composite Player Index. That's the PCPI rating. Mary Beth averages 200.2 during the traditional competition. So for Duquesne, not a surprise to see Mary Beth out there early, putting in work. She's got strike spare double. Nice conversion for Danielle Henderson, and now still just 1 open frame through 4 complete as a team. I see a 5-bagger, front 5 in fact. Looks like for Arkansas State early. 4-bagger over there for North Carolina A&T. Over in the Jackson State UAB match, I see a 5-bagger as well. Yeah, I don't think there's too much of a shock, if you will, on what to do on the fresh for most teams. But again, once you move pairs, that's where the trickiness certainly can set in. Sometimes you'll see teams either send an additional coach and or player to kind of scout the team's next pair, just to kind of get an idea of what the two teams on the pair were doing, at least how they finished, where they were standing. All right, top of the lineup here, frame 5, and there is Baker again for Duquesne. Mary Beth Baker, 4 out of 5, and again averaging 200 during the traditional team play. Verano. Good shot. 6 into the 10. This match looks like it is going to be close throughout. As I mentioned before, another double from Sapphire. You get a couple of players in a traditional game that can get to 250, 260. That generally results in a win, but obviously when you've got a couple players on each team that can provide that, and that's when a match comes down to the 10th frame. And they're almost halfway complete. It looks like that's the direction we're heading. Vanderbilt has faced Duquesne one other time through their 3 events this season, and it was in traditional play. Vandy got the win, so they are 1-0 on the season against Duquesne. Shout out to Peyton Hargrove to our right, North Carolina A&T. She's got the front 5. As a team yesterday during Baker, there was one 300 game from Louisiana Tech and 2 299 games, one from your Vanderbilt Commodores, the other by the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, the Huskers. All right, folks, we've got 4 in a row. You know my time's coming. Duquesne having some minor struggles, but again, this is why team bowling is so fun and also so important, right? You know, as a team, you just wrap your arms around the player or players that are struggling. It's so easy to struggle in team play and feel like you're just on an island by yourself. Henderson, 5 in a row. Well, they said that a lot today. That means we're striking a ton. And that is indeed the case. And if you're watching this, especially if you're watching on the Vanderbilt YouTube channel, please hit the thumbs up if you wouldn't mind. The second thing is, if you're watching and taking in bowling for the first time at the collegiate level or any level for that matter, and you got a question, feel free to drop that question into the chat. I am periodically checking each chat, both Facebook and YouTube. Great question there, DJ. So it is 5 games or 5 matches. One traditional game is a match today. So this is one game against Duquesne. Today's schedule, which I wrote down last night and put it in my folder. Today's schedule features Duquesne, Prairie View A&M, Southern University, North Carolina A&T, and the host school Tulane. And Tulane bowled very well yesterday, so I expect them to be in the mix for a possible top 4 spot when we get to the end of the day. And this place probably will be rocking. Yesterday's schedule was you know, we had 4 of the top 10 teams Vanderbilt faced. Sam Houston State, Jackson State, Arkansas State, Nebraska, and they ended with Youngstown State. And to go 3-2 against a schedule like that, all things considered, that's pretty good. And I had the lead, most importantly, heading into today. Victoria Verano, the big 5-bagger here early for Vanderbilt. It was very cool to catch up with Tor. You know, her senior season is underway. still remember how really such a big deal it was that, you know, she chose Vanderbilt at the time. She was one of the, just like many of our premier youth players around right now, she was one of those premier youth players, just like Sapphire No Fuente. Spare converted from Mary Beth Baker of Duquesne. Vanderbilt now starting to extend some of these strike streaks. Well, the top portion of the Duquesne lineup, not messing around. Again, Mary Beth Baker, Jasmine Scott has been very good too. Scott with 4 strikes and 6 frames for Duquesne. They're trying to hang around against the doors. Natalie Kent with 3 in a row. Abagania looking for her first double. You see Maggie Tomo off to the right, another talented two-handed player for Arkansas State. Abagania, perhaps a ball change. Bang! First double of this game for Caitlin Abagania. And collectively, we are working on a 9-bagger. Back in the day, we used to call an all-strike frame as a team a star frame. I'm not sure what the young kids may refer to that today in today's world. So we could have back-to-back star frames. Someone would also buy us a pizza back in our youth days if this happened. Wow. I mean, when you get a talented team like this, I mean, you get a team like this on a run. You know, this is what makes Vanderbilt so tough. It's not obviously it's talent related, without question. But it's the collective talent, and then what happens like in the huddle, right? Some of the things that you guys may have watched yesterday, or maybe you don't really pay attention to kind of week to week or weekend to weekend basis. But I'm here to kind of point out the small things or what I think are intangibles that help make the team or that elevates the team besides the strikes that do happen on the lanes. You know, the subtle cheers in the back, the way teammates talk to and communicate with, you know, other teammates to make them feel like, hey, you know, great shot here, we got you, all of those types of things. The uplifting portion, that's what makes groups special. That's what helps teams win national championships. Of course, striking helps you get there, but sometimes it really is the small things that help put you over the top to win, or at least get in the position to win. Sikierski trying to close out frame 6 for Duquesne. I was just about to say, if that ball hooked, I would have been very impressed with that, because I didn't see a ton of bowling balls going down the lane closer to the gutter yesterday. In the practice session, you could probably get trapped thinking that you might have something near the gutter. Well, that looked like there's a little bit of a miss there for Sikierski. Well, I might have to, Chris. And I'm okay with that. I will buy 2 pizzas. if that is the preferred meal of choice for these athletes. That is one thing that definitely has changed, of course, since the time I bowled college. If someone would have told me as a collegiate bowler or my team, hey, we're going to buy you 2 pizzas if you get all strikes, all 5 players strike in 2 frames or 2 consecutive frames or whatever, we would have been absolutely floored, A, that someone would do it, and B, it would have been an undoubted 8 people would have said yes, 2 coaches would have said absolutely. We weren't really considering the nutritional value or lack thereof, especially during competition back in the day. But that certainly has changed across the sport in general, which is fantastic. And all players, really at every level, paying much closer attention to what they do put in their bodies as fuel to help withstand the rigors of a 6 to 7 hour collegiate bowling day. Morano looking to keep it going. Yeah, she'll take that. A little bit of a miss right. Again, if you're joining us late, Duquesne is the first opponent on the day for Vanderbilt. Day 2 of the Colonial Lanes Classic, hosted by Tulane University. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to be here with you. Day 1 was great. Day 2 already looking like it's going to be great. Way too early to be skipping ahead. But no matter where Vanderbilt is in the standings heading into tomorrow, I would feel very good about whoever they were to face in the morning on the Fresh. Because they have absolutely everything you need to attack the Fresh. It certainly would benefit if they happen to be in a top 4 position, and that's what they're looking for. If I get a chance in between games, I'm going to ask about bowling ball selection today. I'm seeing a few more Ion Pro solids for just a couple of players, not everybody. But that seemed to be the ball of choice in maybe match 3. Maybe the end of 2, closer to 3, where it was kind of clear there was some, I forgot what pair of lanes it was, but the left lane, you just couldn't get it through the front part of the lane, and so a couple players moved to something that was clearly a bit cleaner. And seeing a few of those bowling balls going down the lane here early. Coach Williamson, Coach Barnes, and Coach Allen. Izzy is a full-time assistant coach for this team after completing her graduate degree last season. Izzy actually won a PWBA regional a couple months ago in Smyrna, no less, which is the Smyrna Bowling Center. That's the location for the Commodores host tournament. Hello to everybody in the chat. I saw Paul checking in. Hello, Paul. Natalie Kent did not see action in the first 4 matches yesterday, but every match every player who was not currently in the lineup utilized the warm-up shots on each warm-up pair. We're on the high end of the building this morning, so the warm-up pair is on 23 and 24. The warm-up pair on the low end of the building is 1 and 2, and you get a select amount of shots to warm up. In many cases, especially on the fresh, it does help to get an idea if you're going in or getting a field shot. And now a three-bagger for Abagana. And this type of game, it has the potential not only for 1,100, but the way it's going, the possibilities of larger numbers do exist here to start the morning block. And the first real trouble here for Danielle. Duquesne already finished with frame 7. Boy, UAB has come out with an opportunity to put up a big number. And big numbers early could catapult you in the standings. There were 2 teams to go undefeated yesterday, and they are 2nd and 4th respectively in the standings. Speaking of results, you can look at the results in 2 places today. If you're watching on Facebook, they are in the post. And if you're watching on YouTube, they are in the event description. So we were able to, specifically for the YouTube audience, we were able to put that in the event description this morning prior to hitting the button to go live. Alyssa Ballard headed down to the warm-up pair, as well as Mia Yeager. So Mia about to take some warm-up shots down on 23 and 24. That open from Danielle was just the second open as a team. All right, should be good here in a minute, and I think we're good. You should always be learning something, ladies and gentlemen, and in a new environment, and I'm talking about the technical environment for me. So I am learning this weekend, which is great, right? Because now I'm seeing some ways that we can produce broadcasts with different types of equipment, obviously with mobile devices in particular. So when freezing happens or something of that nature takes place, normally I would know exactly what to do, where to look, where to watch. This weekend I'm like, coach, who would know generally what the tendencies might be, internet related, etc. All right, while we were away, Morano struck in the 8th. Sapphire had her first open. And Natalie Kent will take care of that spare. It is currently 8-14 to 683. And Vanderbilt now well on their way to winning their 4th match of the weekend. Abagania didn't have to deal with many single pins in some of the earlier matches yesterday. She had a few, but and essentially that just meant she struck a lot, especially on the fresh early yesterday. But as I mentioned yesterday, if you're leaving single pins, you're okay with that. I've never met one coach who, again, would trade 9 spare for 6-3. It does seem to be happening much quicker today with regards to transition. But to me, that's also not a surprise, right? Because teams use the information that they learned yesterday and apply it to today immediately. So if they wanted to get to a place on the lane that they felt comfortable right out the gate, they may have used the 10 minutes of practice on their starting pair to help them do that a little faster. It's early for the risk reward, but some teams may also feel like, hey, we've got to get to the spots on the lane that we like faster so we can have a chance to put up a number and get us started on the day. Henderson, 8th frame. Perhaps a 10-pin. Duquesne coming into today was in 10th place. On the fresh yesterday, they shot 1074. And they could put up a decent number like that. So the lead for Vanderbilt is now 100 pins heading into the 9th frame. Duquesne with a good mix of a couple freshmen, one sophomore, a couple of juniors, and just one senior on the team. And that is Emma Sikierski. And Mary Beth Baker, the junior from York, Pennsylvania. Again, Mary Beth has been in the leadoff role Victoria Verano. Max score right now is 268. The individual games or the traditional format is also where the all-tournament team selections do take place based on scores from today. Good break. That looked like it had the possibility of a big four. Pull a break and just leaving the single pin. Going back to how fast the lanes may be transitioning. Hard to tell from here. Victoria thought that one was a good shot. Maybe a small miss. As you would expect, everybody that is near Vanderbilt in the standings, and we talked about between first and seventh, it's 190 pin difference. And that's first and seventh. First and second is just 9 pins. All right, good setup frame for Verano in the ninth. Max score is now 248 for Victoria. To finish the point, I mentioned UAB had a chance to put up a big number. They could be looking at an 1100 game. I'll keep you posted on UAB, and they're still striking. Or if you're looking for a team that could make the big jump, possibly into the top four, the early candidate would be UAB, led by head coach Michelle Cruz. Nice rebound frame for No Fuente. Sapphire, who has a very eclectic blend of musical taste. She listens to a lot of stuff. She actually posed a very good question to me and others on the staff this weekend. And she asked if you could go to a concert and watch an artist, any artist, living or non-living, who would you choose? So that's my early question to our Commodores audience today. Inspired by one Sapphire No Fuente. If you could choose one artist, living or not living, to watch a concert, live concert, who would you choose? And you could have multiple answers. My first choice was Michael Jackson or Jimi Hendrix. Back-to-back strikes, No Fuente and Natalie Kent, as we head down now to Caitlin Abagana. So Caitlin gets it done. That puts her max at 239. Natalie Kent's max is 235. Sapphire's max is 227. Sikorsky. Big four. Duquesne would have needed a lot of help from Vandy in the 10th frame. There was a subtle possibility. They would have still been in this match. All right, so not the easiest of spares here. In fact, from a makeable perspective, I would say this, to me, anything like a 2-5, but in this case, the 4-8 is very important. You'd love to see the bowling ball cover both pins. Definitely got to be going left of the 5-pin. It is going left of the 5-pin, and she handles it with ease. Or left of the 8-pin, I beg your pardon. Go 9:41 to 8:52, and this is where Vandy now can really pick up a ton of pins here. For each player, especially those working on strikes, those are the ones that you got to capitalize on. Got some good answers to our early question. Who would you go check out in concert? Any artist you could choose. Bob Marley, Queen, definitely Michael Jackson, Freddie Mercury, that's right. The Beatles, I see you. Verano. Well, look how much they've moved just in this game. Ramon spot on with what he was seeing with regard to how fast the lanes are transitioning. I think sometimes, too, when you get two good teams who have a really good understanding of lane play, sometimes the lanes can transition that a little bit faster because they're both teams playing them in a similar fashion or a similar part of the lane. Which, even though they're transitioning fast, you hope in that scenario, of course, that you still have a good understanding of what to do, how to do it. If you get some teams who are really doing the exact opposite, it makes it sometimes a bit more difficult to make moves because then you're really guessing. You see No Fuente having a brief discussion with Coach Barnes. Looks like 1040 for UAB was the final number. Mary Beth Baker, a strike here, puts her at 213 for Duquesne. Meanwhile, Sapphire with a 2-pin. The worst part about the transition, obviously, of course, is teams have to manage that throughout a game. Sometimes you get to the 10th frame, and that's when you may have to make those educated guesses at arguably the worst possible time, right? You'd love to have to make that guess in frame 6. Well, UAB shot 1040. They defeated Jackson State 1040 to 932. Arkansas State's looks like they're going to stay undefeated. They're going to be 5-0 here early. 222-207. First two scores up top of the lineup for Vanderbilt. I imagine Natalie Kent here, when she makes the spare, would take a look possibly at a different bowling ball on the fill. And respectively 210, 201, top of the lineup for Duquesne. They bowled really well in this matchup. Couple of strikes here or there, especially early on. And this thing may have been just a little bit closer. Ivana Fraticelli with a four-backer trying to turn that into 5. All right, so Kent will try a different bowling ball. Fill shots for those who, again, just maybe watching bowling for the first time this weekend. Fill shots are very important, and a fill shot is in the 10th frame. If you spare the first portion of that 10th frame, you get an extra shot. If you strike on the first one in the 10th frame, you have the possibility of 2 extra shots. But those extra shots are important because they do give you a chance, or they give players a chance to try a different piece of equipment, prior to going to the next pair of lanes. So Kent shoots 215, and she picks up right where she left off yesterday afternoon in match 5. Good portion of the teams now have just about wrapped up match 1. Fraticelli shoots 223 for Duquesne. Abaganya, not only Caitlin, Josie, Coach Josie, and Coach John having that conversation with Caitlin on which bowling ball she may want to try here. Again, the importance of the fill shot. Strike on the fill for Abaganya. All right, so Danielle here, I'd love to see her get a fill shot too. If she can stay ahead of the transition, that's everybody. That's what the players or some of the coaching staff certainly always trying to help the players stay ahead of transition. And Danielle probably saw the transition the most yesterday. It probably impacted her the most, especially with down lane ball reaction. Great shot. I think the thing, too, is she's very experienced, right? 2 really good seasons at Jacksonville State as a freshman, like many freshmen, especially on really good teams. Didn't see a ton of time, but she took advantage of the time that she did see. As a sophomore, moved into a much larger, certainly playing time role, and she capitalized on that. Of course, as a second-team All-American, and it helped lead them to a runner-up finish at the NCAA level, and then an ITC or Intercollegiate Team Championship. So Victoria Verano would be the most experienced. She, along with Alyssa Ballard, I would think would be the most experienced of this particular group of players on Vanderbilt as seniors. And then, of course, Danielle now as a junior. All right, we are headed to lanes 9 and 10, where the Doors will take on Prairie View. Prairie View A&M led by Tiffany Clark. Danielle does try something on the fill. Looked like something that gave her a little additional ball reaction, specifically down lane. 1085. 222, the individual tally. That's what I would call a good team win right there. Low score there was 207. High score, a couple of 222s. Solid 1085. You get a win. That's a very good team win to open up the day. They defeat Duquesne officially 1085 to 984. And what has become for at least for me watching, right, after the game or the match is complete, customary look into the squad as we get set to head to, again, lanes 9 and 10. We will step aside for now. Vanderbilt now 4 and 2 on the weekend to this point. We're off and rolling. Good start to Saturday morning. Match number 2 is coming up next. Prairie View A&M is the opponent. You're watching Vanderbilt Women's Bowling. It's the Colonial Lanes Classic on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page and the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel.
All the pressure. I turned around and the door started to fog up. So if I can get away with just fixing this one, if I have to go out and do this one, so there's that's a lot at one time. Especially that's going to take that long. I've already been out this year. This year's falling off. It feels like I've been healing all the time. A little in a hospital or get back to life for a few years before you worry about that. Yeah. That's cool. I had the surgery on September 30th. Good. The paperwork's in. I can stay out until December 29th. So I'm going to try to. I'm still get paid on it. Might as well. Right now it's our business season. So if I went back to that, roll it a little bit longer. We'll go back to work after Christmas and everything will be slowed down. Ease back into it. Yeah, if I was on my feet 8 hours yesterday, I couldn't walk. Just maybe. All right, pick it up, man. Pick it up, girl. Come on. Disaster right now. They can't announce anything.
All right, Sapphire has picked up where she left off. As match 2 now officially underway. As the Doors take on Prairie View A&M out of the SWAC conference. Prairie View, very, very substantial history across the SWAC and NCAA bowling. Their current leader, Tiffany Clark, was an assistant coach the last couple of seasons, of course, prior to her taking over for the legendary Glenn White. And Coach White had his fingerprints, of course, on the development of NCAA women's bowling, along with, of course, numerous other coaches. And so, historically, Prairie View, with numerous SWAC championships, they've got several appearances in the NCAA tournament, and looking to take down the Vanderbilt Commodores. Ooh, 9-pin. Vanderbilt looks very comfortable and very confident, and it's certainly easy to be confident, keep that swing loose when you have an idea of what's happening on the lanes with ball motion, ball reaction. Tiffany Clark was a former college bowler herself. She bowled collegiately at Alabama A&M University. Prairie View A&M, I talked with Coach Clark. She said she was only bowling with 5 players. All right, Danielle Henderson puts the stamp on frame number 1. Game 1 tallies for Vandy: Victoria Verano 222, Sapphire Nofuente 207, Natalie Kent 215, Caitlin Abagania 219, Danielle Henderson 222. Caroline Lewis, the junior, majoring in marketing from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Right now anchoring Prairie View. To our left, Sam Houston State taking on Texas Southern. That's got a chance to be made. Caroline Lewis, Navia Brown, Miranda Fuentes, Chandler Townsend, and Skylar Alexander. The 5-player roster for Prairie View A&M. Verano to lead off frame 2. Oh, that's a good break. Might be starting to see some of that early hook that they saw yesterday. You know, in match 5, the players, some of the players, not the entire roster, but there were a few who had to get to 4th arrow. In fact, when they bowled Nebraska, Karina Capron was in the 4th arrow, and that was in match 4. Down on the high, and it was the first time, or at least that day, that I saw some players truly in at 4th arrow, and we're certainly trending in that direction. It looks like, and maybe a little bit earlier here today. Streaming, of course, on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. If you happen to be watching on Facebook, go ahead into the YouTube channel if you wouldn't mind and just hit the thumbs up. If you're already watching on YouTube and you wouldn't mind hitting that thumbs up, we certainly would appreciate it. Early double for Nofuente. All she's done is strike this weekend so far. Let's hope the good vibes do continue. Natalie Kent, all she's done is strike 2 since match 5 yesterday. And there's another one. Once the latest standings are updated, in fact, they might be updated right now. Let me hit refresh, because we got some of the best in the business in Mike Krauser. Lead scorekeeper this weekend, head official Rick Barbera, who's been doing this now for 21 years alongside his much longer job with Brunswick. Rick has officiated This will be the 20th NCAA final coming up in 2026 for him, but 21 years as a official for NCAA women's bowling. All right, so Vanderbilt now has increased their lead by a few pins. They are now at 62-78. I heard my name, by the way, which made me pause. 62-78. Arkansas State at 62-65. Mention Arkansas State. They are now 6-0. Vanderbilt 4-2. So the lead goes to 13 pins. Vanderbilt was 4 pins ahead of Arkansas State in their game 1 totals. Louisiana Tech third at 61-82. Wichita State fourth at 61-33. I tell you, keep an eye, folks, on Tulane today. They are the host school. They certainly know the bowling facility. They know the lanes the best. They are currently in 5th. That's the team to watch. They come out the gates today with 1099. In fact, let's see. Sam Houston State shot 10-13. Looks like we had 8 teams shot 1000 or better. High game, of course, belonged to Tulane on the fresh this morning. They shot 1099. Ten pins less than what they did yesterday in Baker competition in match 1 at 1109. That is 6 strikes in a row, of course, and a very similar start for Vanderbilt. Boy, speaking of good starts, Sam Houston State, perfect through 2 frames. Literally perfect. All 5 players with a double. They are just to our left. That's right, Chris. Yeah, the pizza tally is moving up. I got to keep a separate list. Let me write it on my trusty folder here. It'll be my season ending gift to the team or something like that. Skylar Alexander, the 5'1" junior. She's majoring in electrical engineering. She's actually from New Orleans. And I believe I heard some of her family members who are in attendance. When we turn over the lineup, Victoria Verano is going to lead off. I mentioned that Verano is a senior, and if Vanderbilt does what they normally would do, and that is honor their seniors at their host tournament, which would be in March at the Music City Classic. We'll spare there from Caroline Lewis for Prairie View. Then, of course, Victoria will be honored. I talked about how quickly the time has passed. And same thing for Alyssa Ballard, who too is a senior. And of course, this team is filled with players whose parents also made a name for themselves with respect to the sport, and or sisters in this case too. Alyssa, of course, her parents, Carolyn Doran Ballard and Dell. Hello to the Ballard family if they are watching. Hopefully they're not at the pro shop too early. Maybe they get to actually relax and chill out on a Saturday morning. But Alyssa would be honored and Victoria would be honored. She was part of the 2023 NCAA championship team. As was Alyssa Ballard. We were talking about Baker 300s yesterday, and of course, Vanderbilt shot 299. Alyssa has been a part of a couple, so has Victoria Verano. So surely some historical mentions, when these players are honored, they will go down along with the long list of wonderful Vanderbilt alums. The incoming talent that's ready to make waves too on its way. Big commitment from Anna Anthony. That's for the year 2027. Next year we'll have Lindsey Grime, Macy Jones. Ofuete with 3 in a row. Unfortunately for Danielle, she won't get a chance to bowl with Anna Anthony. But if Vanderbilt doesn't get any additional two-handed players between now and next season, then essentially they would kind of tag out with regards to the two-handed players, as Danielle would exit and Anna Anthony would enter as a freshman. 3-bagger for Sapphire, and now Natalie Kent looking for a 3-bagger of her own. Beautiful shot, and the Ion Pro solid. I gotta tell you, there's a lot of bowling balls out there, and we'll take a moment to just swing around equipment. But that bowling ball, at least for this team and for the players who do throw it, based on what I watched yesterday, man, that is a winner. When you get one piece of equipment that tends to work well for most players. Roll it, 10-pin Messenger. Just a single pin for Alexander. Meanwhile, Danielle Henderson looking for a 3-bagger of her own. Again, a very similar start to what we watched Vanderbilt in match number 1 versus Duquesne. Wow, did that fall? I thought that was a for sure wrap 10. Again, Danielle looks to be throwing the level. Something that's going to see the lane earlier. Generally speaking, it is not urethane, but it does give a urethane-like reaction. So generally speaking, Danielle's angles won't be too open with that bowling ball. But there's a player who could certainly make a level, hook a gazillion boards. She would be a candidate. Thank you to everyone who has decided to wake up early with us, especially those on the West Coast. And we do have several players from California and Washington. Yeah, I just saw the replay on the stream on the Messenger 10 for Danielle. Washington is represented by the Yeager family and Tamia. 3 players from California, 1 from NorCal, and Sapphire, of course, 2 from SoCal, specifically San Diego, and Caitlin. And Avery Dumigan. Avery bowled the first 4 matches yesterday, and she was substituted out and replaced by Natalie Kent, who picked up right where Avery left off. Melissa Ballard representing the DFW area, specifically Fort Worth, Texas. And Danielle Henderson represents the Midwest and St. Louis, Missouri. Flush again for Verano. But it's really as if right now the team has placed I should say Verano in this case. I think it was Caitlin Abagania who couldn't double in the first couple frames against Duquesne earlier. This time it's been strike spare or spare strike for Verano, but it's like the team, and you just can't ask for better starts. And when you start well, and you know the saying, it's not how you start, it is how you finish. And that's still true. Because when you start really well, you certainly don't want to waste the start. And so you'd like to finish the game. And I thought they did a pretty good job of that in game one, or match one. I mentioned Sam Houston State's perfect start. And they are still bowling pretty well here through 4 frames. Natalie Kent looking for 4 in a row. Spare by Chandler Townsend for Prairie View. Here's Kent. This time the 9-pin wiggles. It did a little shimmy, but you know, generally if you see the little shimmy like a Steph Curry type shimmy, you'd be happy about that. It means ball went through the hoop. In this case, we're not pleased with 9 pins that stare us in the face. Other teams bowling well to start match number 2, Nebraska. With Karina Capron looking for an early 5-bagger. North Carolina A&T bowling well too. That's looks like a matchup that's going to come down to the 10th frame. Tournament staff out there doing the bowling ball spot checks, making sure that what teams put on their respective bowling ball sheets, the bowling balls that they check in, are the bowling balls that they are bowling with. And standard practice as tournament staff and officials. Abagania now with spare 3-bagger. Again, Vanderbilt looking to get back to the NCAA Final Four. Last year they lost in the Lansing Regional Final to eventual champion, national champion, Youngstown State. I think this will be important to watch how this bowling ball goes through the pins for Danielle. Well, that one was continuous. If you see the ball deflect to the right, and that's for anybody, but for what Danielle is using equipment-wise at the moment, that will be the sign potentially that she might have to get into something that's got a little bit more, or that's a little cleaner, I should say, down lane. But so far, so good. Danielle made a little bit of a subtle move. Yeah, for Danielle, she needs some oil in the front part of the lane to allow that ball to read properly and finish the way she'd like. This is actually a better start. I was comparing it to match 1. It's actually a better start. They are clean through 4 frames. Got some individual standings starting to pop up on screen, and they are in the respective links. If you're watching on Facebook, just click the see more and the posts on the live stream. The standings are underneath. If you're watching on YouTube, the standings link is in the event description. Looks like the high tally through one game is Peyton Hargrove's 251 for North Carolina A&T. Miranda Fuentes, the 5-foot senior. She's an accounting major from Houston, Texas. She is leading off for Prairie View. The senior Verano for the doors. And a 2-4. Nice spare. 1-3-6-10 conversion there for the lefty. Nearly halfway through game 2, or match 2 here today. Traditional format. 5 players each bowling one full individual game of 10 frames. You see the opposite of Baker, where 5 players combine to bowl one full game. Sapphire. Well, I tell you, this is watching, and again, it's not my first time watching the college bowling tournament by any stretch, but it is my first time watching it just from the singular team aspect, right? Where I'm, of course, intently focused on what Vanderbilt is doing. And then looking around to just kind of see what else the rest of the field and the other teams are also doing, right? But when your focus is singular, you may pick up on some different things. But right now, I have been reverted or taken back to my days as a player. Again, just watching the interactions in between shots. Watching the reactions and the interactions, of course, when it's going great, when it's not going great, and everything in between. Natalie Kent struck in the 5th. Now Abaganya does the same. 4-bagger for Caitlin Abaganya. The 2025 U.S. Amateur Champion. She won that title in Reno during the Team USA trials. This year the trials will be back in Las Vegas in January. Gold Coast Hotel and Casino. I'm sure some of these players, if not all, might be competing at Team USA trials. Henderson looking for 5 in a row. Bang! What's everybody doing on their wonderful Saturday? What is now nearly 11 o'clock Central Time, and approaching the noon hour on the East Coast. And I hope your day is off to the best possible start it could be. In fact, I hope your day is started exactly the way Vanderbilt's day has started here in New Orleans, which is a win in match number 1. And another great start here, and again, slightly better. The start through 5 frames here in match number 2. Nebraska still striking away, too. One of their top players, Kayla Starr. Again, another good example of teams with a lot of depth. Kayla Starr going down to the warm-up pair, getting some shots in. There is a front six alert for North Carolina A&T. I wonder is it Peyton Hargrove, because she already shot 251. Peyton Hargrove left-handed, which actually just made me go, well, I don't think Vanderbilt has a left-handed player. Not that you certainly need one to be successful, but having a lefty, it never hurts. But if you have one lefty, you would prefer to have two. At least if I had to build a college bowling team, I would have two left-handed players as opposed to just one. Because then when the left and their side of the lane is really good, then it's almost like a 2-for-1. You could capitalize, and it's easier for those players, the lefties, to kind of line up off one another. Steve says a perfect Saturday morning in Sacramento. That's a city I'd like to go back and kind of explore a little bit more. I thought that downtown Capital area was really nice, and I'm going back to the days where the early relaunch days of the PWBA tour. We had some events there. That's a single pin for Verano, and that stops her strike or spare strike pattern. The left lane had been her good lane. Going back to my match one question, if you joined us late, the question was inspired by Sapphire Nofuente. She asked several of us yesterday, or 2 days ago, if you could go to a live concert by any artist, and that artist could either be living or not living, who would it be? And some of your answers have been really great. Big day for Vandy Athletics. Shout out to the women's soccer team. The women's soccer team advanced to the Sweet 16 last night. They defeated Clemson in double overtime. And I want to thank our trainer, Skylar, who specifically gave some clarification on offsides and handball violations. I appreciated her expertise in that area for me. So big day for Vandy soccer, women's soccer specifically, and of course football. Let's take on Kentucky. Still a chance that Vandy could end up in the college football playoff. And speaking of NorCal, boy, Sapphire just does it again. Still with what is arguably the best name in all of bowling. Not only just the name, but the way the Nofuente family spelled the name, and her brother Onyx with 2 X's. I have learned in my time, in this industry, the bowling industry specifically, well, when you watch a good team game developing, you really gotta wait to like frames 8 or 9 to see if it's actually going to develop into what could be either very special or record-breaking, for example. Because as fast as you can get to frames 5 and 6, the possibility of breaking a record or something special can end pretty quickly. So we'll reserve all of those possibilities until we get to about frame 9. We'll see where we are then. For Prairie View A&M and head coach Tiffany Clark, again taking over a program, especially replacing someone like Coach Lynn White, is such a that's a tall task, right? And so you got to get the players to kind of buy in, especially from the recruiting aspect of things. And so, wishing all the best of luck for Coach Clark as she looks to continue what has been, again, historically, for Prairie View A&M, a very, very good program with numerous SWAC regular season and SWAC tournament championships on the resume. Right now, this match belongs to Vanderbilt, and Danielle looks to continue the road to perfection. The spare from Skylar Alexander. Sam Houston State still with a few players with some big game opportunities. I mentioned them earlier. They had they were perfect through 2 frames as a team. And now trouble. Front 6. Oh, I'm sorry, big 4. She was looking for the front 6, I beg your pardon. Big 4. All right, the count taken by Henderson. Now a matter of course, getting back on track. Analyze that frame. Was it a good shot? Did it hook too much? And make the proper adjustment. All right, back half here. Match 2. We work our way now into frame 7. Aaron said it's a wonderful morning. Plateau in Crossville, Tennessee. And Marcy will be rooting on Vandy football. From San Diego, no less. Then cheering on, of course, the players right here. Also seeing Wicket tonight. All right, that's a nice filling day right there. We got your sports covered. We've got Vandy bowling, certainly. A little movie time tonight. Another 2, 4, 5. This lane for Victoria has been troublesome just on there's probably like a little hang spot down lane for her. Been some quality spare shooting, but just one open, and that's the Danielle split. So no mismakeables for Vanderbilt as a team here through 6 full or 6 complete frames. Again, working our way or into the 7th. What feels like the first non-strike in quite some time for Sapphire. The season began for Vanderbilt at the Chelsea Gilliam Penguin Classic. Then on to the Destination Orlando event. And then earlier this week, or I'm sorry, this month, the Bulldog Classic. That was hosted by Louisiana Tech in Fort Worth, Texas. Two-thirds and a 5th place finish so far on the season for Vanderbilt. Pretty solid records in each of those events. They went 9-4 at the Penguin Classic, 10-3 at Destination Orlando, and 11-2 at the Bulldog Classic. And the last 2 tournaments brought 4 wins against top 10 teams. Yesterday against the top 10, they bowled 4 teams in the top 10. They defeated Sam Houston State, lost to Nebraska, lost to Arkansas State, and then defeated Youngstown State. So they were 2-2 against teams in the top 10 yesterday, as Natalie Kent continues to perform well, wearing number 12 on the right sleeve. Abaganya back at it. Vandy sends a couple of players, what feels like maybe every couple of frames, down to the warm-up pair. Single pin conversion for Henderson. It's also too where, you know, as a squad, when you're bowling well, you just try to stay in kind of your own lane. All right, the pace is a little slower. Their opponent, unfortunately, is struggling a little bit here, so they try to pace themselves. So Sam Houston State's about to head to the 10th frame. Nebraska and North Carolina A&T with big games also brewing. And again, today is super important with regard to standings and total pinfall, right? The top 4 teams after day 2's competition is complete today will have a chance to win the tournament tomorrow, right? Those top 4 teams will be in the top side of the bracket, the championship portion, if you will. And the top 2 teams tomorrow will bowl what effectively is a semifinal. And the winner of that match will advance automatically to the title match. The loser of that match would face the winner of the 3 versus 4 match that kicks off the day. And then, of course, the winner of that match will face or will move also to the title match. And so Vanderbilt, number 1, needs to be in the top 4 to have a chance to win. And then, of course, number 2, keeping their lead and being the top seed heading into tomorrow would put them in the 1 versus 2, meaning a win and you're into the championship match. So that is what's on the line today. Again, got to be in the top 4 to have a chance to win tomorrow. And now, based on what we watched yesterday, the transition that caught the doors a little bit in matches 3 and 4. It's going to probably still show up, right? But in what phase? I do think the doors will be prepared for it. I think they've been preparing for it already, based on some of the moves that they've been making here through almost 2 complete matches here. Southern University, another SWAC squad, and also another historical great program with regards to the SWAC. Those two teams will square off on 5 and 6. Southern versus Vanderbilt on 5 and 6. It will be the second time that the Doors have bowled on 5 and 6. They actually started out their tournament on 5 and 6 yesterday in Baker competition against Sam Houston State. Hello, Brad, by the way. Good morning to you, and that's really awesome. We appreciate you, A, for bringing the kids to Youth League, and then B, that's right, showing them what is ahead of them, what they have the opportunity to be a student athlete. Nice matchup over there again, A&T and Nebraska, and they are in the 10th frame, and it's going to come down to the final bowler, I'm thinking. The question right now for Vanderbilt is how big of a total can they put up here in match number 2? Taking a look at max scores. All right, 8th frame, a good one for Danielle Henderson. Big shout out to our friend of the program, course, Mr. Rod Williamson and the Williamson family, of course, father of Coach John Williamson. We first started doing a lot of collegiate stuff just with regards to Bowl TV and other items. Rod was still very much involved, still writing stories for the program. And I know he's been watching throughout the first day and some change. And thank you again, Rod, for really everything you've been to for Vanderbilt and certainly the bowling program. Speaking of writing, shout out to Pilar, handling a lot of our Vandy PR and social media remotely. I mentioned Skylar, our on-site trainer. Shout out to Alda as well, who directly works with the team. Also, Renee. Renee is kind of like the engine that makes everything really go. Well, the max total right now is 1270. All right, so that's the max, and that's if every player struck out. Could it happen? Certainly. Will we enjoy that to happen? Absolutely. Is it likely to happen? Probably the percentages would be on the lower side of things. But if each found a way to double in the 10th frame, and we still got the 9th to go, you know, because it just feels like 1100 is almost a necessity. Again, based on the closeness of scores. That was high quality shot right there. But this is one of those true collegiate bowling games, right? Victoria has been near the pocket. She's throwing good shots, especially on this right lane where that one's kind of been the trickier one for her. I think finally gets to a place in the lane, the minor moves. You throw it really good, and then you wrap a 10 pin, and you go, goodness. For Nebraska already at 1040. They are quickly approaching an 1150 or possibly still 1200. Much better second shot there, just lost it at the top of the swing. Did Chandler Townsend. All right, we'll need a pin. That was a very strange hit, I would say. The old 5-10 leave. You are right, Tim. Every team does need a Renee. You know, and again, knowing a little bit about Renee prior to me being here this weekend, understanding, you know, what she does and all of the responsibility that she does take care of for the team. But seeing it, you know, actually kind of in person is, you know, it's a much different thing. But the key word is preparation, because she has everything ready to go. She's taking meal orders. Nicely done. Take that, 5-7. Now Natalie Kent. Strike here, makes it 5 in a row. Great shot, wrap 10 pin. She had the possibility of getting into the 10th frame with a max at 279. I got to mention this yesterday, but just nice to see Natalie just able to bowl. She had went through some injuries last season. And so not only is she bowling, but boy, she came in match 5 yesterday, bowled extremely well, and has carried that over until this morning. Right now, the number of the day belongs to Nebraska. They are about to eclipse 1,100 and still will have a few more pins left to get. Again, if you're watching on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page, we thank you. If you're watching on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel, we appreciate you as well. If you're watching on Facebook, go ahead and pop on over to YouTube and give the stream a like. Hit the thumbs up. Uh-oh. All right, so a couple of late errors here in the 9th frame. Those are the ones that are unforced. The 3 missed single pins here in the 9th frame. Just again, an update on the standings. So Sam Houston State currently in 7th. They just shot 10.79 and got a victory. Big shot there from Danielle. All right, and that in this case, right, that anchor player, you know, you got 3 missed single pins there, and of course the big 5-7 conversion from Sapphire. Not the best frame, but your anchor player strikes. You know, kind of all is feeling good, all is well. We go back to the 10th frame. North Carolina A&T shot 10-13, and they are going to lose by more than 100 pins to Nebraska. Haley Swindle just wrapped up the 10th frame. 11-25 for Nebraska, who currently are in 6th place. 200 and some change behind Vanderbilt. And so they have just closed the gap just a little bit for the time being.
Look at her arms. Look at her arms after she throws it. Like, I threw it where I need to throw.
Let's see if Victoria can double for the first time this game. She threw a lot of good shots. It simply just didn't result in all 10 pins going down. Fuentes with a double of her own for Prairie View A&M. Looks like Vandy, Prairie View A&M. We've got 2 other matches that are wrapping up the 10th frame. Great shot. Starting to open up the angles just a little bit. We'll see what happens in match 3. Again, Vandy set to take on Southern. And there's the communication between Victoria and Coach Josie. All right, 3 up and 3 down for Verano. She shoots a 194. Oh, what a shot. You know, for Sapphire, I wish I could slow that shot down. That still catches me off guard. The leverage that Sapphire gets, and then you can just kind of see that wrist kind of flick right at the bottom. Almost like that when you hear athletes or people describe athletes with that quick twitch. But if you watch her at the bottom of the swing, it's a very quick twitch motion. And just watch it. Boom. Man, I don't know if she learned that or if that was a natural ability that came with her, or that, of course, she just developed it over time. But you start to hone in on like what makes players unique. Right, and sometimes it's wrist, it's release, it's rev rate, but how do they generate it? How do they generate the revolutions that they do? But it's little things like that that make people, as they go on to tour life, right? For example. Which makes players successful on tour. How about that? We got the last 6 here. No, Fuente shoots 235. Natalie Kent. And for the first one in the 10th here, Doors already at 10:40 this game. For a pin. All right, good job there, Skylar, for Prairie View A&M as they close things out. Single pin handled by Natalie Kent. And a different bowling ball for Natalie. Josie Barnes, the former player and national champion with Vanderbilt, has been associate head coach for, shoot, it feels like a couple of decades. Now I want you guys to make sure you pay attention to some of these fill shots, right? And look where Natalie, and I think she gave it a little bit of an additional move left, right? So again, kind of preparing for what they should be seeing or maybe what they think they might see transition-wise as the day continues to go on. I talked about players going to be in at fourth arrow more than likely by the end of the day. We're moving toward that. Coach Mark Lewis here for Wichita State, just to our right. Coach L, not sure if he's moving or if Wichita State is moving to this pair. They certainly could be here on 9 and 10. And in fact, they are. So he's got a watchful eye here on what Caitlin Abagani is doing on the lanes. Of course, Coach Lewis, you talk about experience. He's won multiple national championships, men's teams, women's teams. Wichita is one of those programs that will always and forever be synonymous with college bowling. And the jump that Wichita State has made at the NCAA level, certainly in their first year last year, phenomenal work by Coach Harris and Coach Lewis. In your first year in the Conference USA, they won the tournament. That said a lot right there. And I'm sure they will be right up there again with Vanderbilt and every other team, Sam Houston States of the world. Now Nebraska going to be their first year in Conference USA. Tulane, for example, Valparaiso. And the list goes on and on. Youngstown State. Jacksonville State. Like it's wild. Almost like the entire top 10 is in the Conference USA. All right, Danielle Henderson got a chance to close this thing out on the best possible note. That's got a push, and it carries. Well, just when, speaking just from the Nebraska aspect of things, they put up a nice 11, I believe I said 11:25 or 11:35. And for them, they're closing the gap on the field as a whole so they can try to get into the top 4. But that was 2 frames ago. And then it looked like, well, maybe they'll make up about 50 to 70 pins on Vanderbilt, the leader, but said the Doors. Bang. One shot left. And now every team is now awaiting Danielle to finish so they can move to their respective pairs. Strike here, and Vandy puts up 1140. They'll make it 1139. Again, you can see the difference in that bowling ball. 251 for Henderson, 1139 for the Doors, and we're moving to 5 and 6. Doors 2-0 on the day, 5-2 overall. Southern is next here on the Vanderbilt YouTube channel and the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. All right, match number 3. As we continue our coverage here in the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling, or the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. New lineup for Vanderbilt. Sapphire, Alyssa Ballard now into the lineup along with Natalie Kent, Caitlin Abagania, and Danielle Henderson. So Verano will exit the lineup in favor of Alyssa Ballard. And Alyssa gets some time now. Some time to shine here. Vandy coming off again, 11:39. After the 1085 total in match number 1 this morning, they are 2-0 on the day, and for the tournament at this point, 5-2 overall. I think they may have ended up eclipsing the total from Nebraska. So Henderson with the first frame split. Got a chance to just briefly catch up with Coach Josie Barnes, and certainly the strategy today is that they are very aware and staying aware of trying to be ahead of transition. So what doesn't happen, or what did happen yesterday, won't be. Not that it won't happen, but if it does happen, at least they will have made the proper preparations and what they feel like, trying to stay ahead of the moves today. And that's the thing with bowling. Trying to stay ahead of transition as best as you possibly can. And sometimes that means actually sacrificing a couple of frames, not that you're intentionally doing that, right? But if you make a move early and it results in maybe a shaker 7, a 4-pin or something like that, something that looks like it could be the right move. But sometimes you do have to do that. Now Southern. Again, if you're facing a top 10 team, you want to get a dub and keep it as close as possible. So Southern's going to try to do the same thing here. Maybe we did see the 5-7, but as far as like big splits for Sapphire, she's been out of trouble for the most part, not just today, but including yesterday. I do think we're at a point too. Again, Jay, match 3 is where Vanderbilt saw, I think, the most transition. I think the match against Nebraska, which was match number 4, one lane was kind of tough, but Vandy bowled on this pair yesterday. The difference being they bowled on this pair first yesterday and not middle of the block, which is where they're seeing it today. Depending on how Danielle's going to see the lanes or what she doesn't see. Right. The ball that she throws on the lanes or what she doesn't see. Right. The ball that she throws on the fill, it's a roto grip ball, can tell exactly what it is. But it's a little bit cleaner, and she could probably open the lane up just a little bit more if necessary, especially down lane. So if she runs into a situation where something's just not seeing it down lane, I think she knows what ball and or bowling ball or 2 bowling balls that might be the best. In fact, as I say that, I think she's moving toward that ball right now, at least giving it a look in the bowling bag. Not a bad shot there for Southern University. That was Michaela Stevens, the freshman from Alexandria, Louisiana. Coach Barry Doyle, the head coach for Southern University. Well, so you start to see some strange leaves, and that's when you really know you're in a tough pair. Possibly, right? But definitely the pair has exuded some varying transition. Already through 2 frames, we've seen a 2-8-10 and now a 2-7-8. Oh, wow. And that's one that looks like it should have been made. I feel like that's the way you go about shooting that spare. Or in this case, it is a split. This shot here for Danielle, very important with regards to information gathering. Wow. D sends 2 pins at the 10, neither connect. Looks like she did make the ball change, and again, based on the fill shot, if she needed something that was going to need, or she would need more down lane, that would be the bowling ball that she might go to. Darian Mobley, the senior from Chicago. That's my neck of the woods. She went to Walter Christian Academy. She started with an early double. In fact, 2 Jaguars here from Southern with 2 early doubles, and now back-to-back opens for Danielle, Miss Single Pin. And this one is actually starting in a very similar path that we saw yesterday when we got to match number 3. A couple of weird leaves, definitely some transition on the pair. The difference yesterday was, again, first 2 matches were fantastic, 1098, 1111. Then you shoot 930. shot 930 actually twice, 933 and 939, then rallied late in Mass 5 to shoot 11-12. And so Vandy right there having a quick combo. Just talking to one another. And that to me is a, hey, let's just kind of go ahead and nip that in the bud right now. Let's not let what could be a difficult pair linger. And most importantly, you still got to control the things that you can control, and certainly that is spare shooting. Because meanwhile, the Southern Jaguars are looking for a win against, forget a top 10 team, they're looking for a win against a top 5 team. And they have come to play here so far, lanes 5 and 6. Sapphire is seeing something that, without question, she hasn't seen all day. It's weird, but she might be in a position where she might have to ball up. It's such a crazy thing how it's literally happening almost in the exact fashion that yesterday happened. Nice bucket conversion. Xavier Williams. Southern with a lefty. Great shot. After back-to-back splits. And one was the blower 7-10 for Michaela Stevens. 4 freshmen for Southern University and Coach Doyle. Nice double. Need that stabilizing force or player, no matter who it is, no matter what position that they might be currently in. And in this case, it's Alyssa Ballard. And if you need someone or need to be able to read the lane, I think Alyssa's and the way she throws the bowling ball makes it simple for players to kind of see where her ball is looking from, especially down lane. And again, when we're talking about bowling generally, you're talking about how can I get my ball to the same break point as my teammate or close to it. You may get it there completely different. Can't strike spare through the first 2. That's got to push. And it does, just enough to trip a 4-pin. Natalie a bit more direct. Abaganya, back-to-back splits. The last one was the 2-7-8. And right now, Southern through 3 frames with the early lead. Uh-oh. That's a good break. Didn't stick the landing. It wasn't the best shot. But she's got a chance at a single pin, and we'll take that frame. Check the results here. Let's see if we've got updates after match number 2, and it looks like we do already. So Vanderbilt with the 1139, which was 14 pins higher than Nebraska, who did go from, I believe, 6th to 5th in Nebraska. So they have closed the gap. In fact, they now are sitting just outside the top 4 by 3 pins. I'm speaking of Nebraska. 4 pin there for Danielle. But Vanderbilt now has opened up the lead over Arkansas State, and the Red Wolves shot 956 in match 2. So they now lead, or that was a 183 pin difference in and of itself. And the Doors now lead by 196 pins currently over Arkansas State. So it's Vanderbilt, Arkansas State, Wichita State, and Louisiana Tech. That's your top 4 at the moment, with Nebraska currently 3 pins back of 4th. Sam Houston State at 70-84. They are in 6th place. They are 101 pins back of 4th. That's the standings update. You can check that out on inside the YouTube event description. You can also check it out in the post on the Vanderbilt women's bowling page or post as well. All right, so we got 2 frames in. The washout was converted from Saf in the 3rd frame. Again, she's moved into the leadoff role after Victoria Verano shot 222-194. And unfortunately for Saf, her bowling ball where she is playing, but there is a considerable amount of carry down. Let's spare for Southern. And again, quietly, right? You know, Southern just staying in their own bubble. Of course, Vanderbilt trying to figure out where they need to be. Again, we're on 5 and 6. Louisiana Tech, Prairie View A&M had a match here, along with UAB and Arkansas State. Now, very interesting, right? I just told you that Arkansas State shot 956. They just bowled that on this same pair of lanes. This is where I told you earlier, of course, right, in a traditional format, one player can carry a team. That player might have to be Alyssa Ballard. Wow. Somehow Alyssa nearly left the 7-10. A lot of the times too, folks, I mean, it is about who you follow. Right? Not every team is going to play the lanes in a similar fashion. And so that will have a direct impact on how a pair of lanes is going to transition throughout a 5-game marathon of a college bowling day. I got Jim Brandolino checking in. Appreciate you, Jim. Saying hello today. All right, we got some clean frames still rolling for Southern, who have the early lead against Vandy here. Out of Kent. Great shot. Right now, the players with the best ball reaction would be Alyssa and Natalie. And what we're seeing right now is a situation where, you know, you want your ball to be able to pick up sooner because the lanes are tighter. Good shot. Couldn't get an accurate read on the left lane because she didn't stick the landing. And went Brooklyn and let the 9-pin made a spare. This time, throws an excellent shot and is able to get a good read on what the ball truly is doing. And I think Caitlin now can kind of go to work, if you will. This is weird to say, but what Sapphire is going through is kind of a good thing. Now, in the moment, it's not a good thing because it's affecting the score, obviously. But for her as a player and the continued development, these are moments that every player kind of needs to have happen so they can know that, hey, next time I see this, here's the bowling balls or here's the hand position I might be able to go to. Right, so these are the life and the learning lessons that happen when you least want them to, without question, but they are necessary for player development. Henderson did not like it at all. Wow. I'm not sure she liked that shot one bit. And that's a good sign, right? If you don't like a shot, you feel like you miss a wide right. That thing came charging back like a bull who saw red. Doors put together a couple of good frames. They still trail here early to the Southern Jaguars. This is match 3 of 5 today. Just past the noon hour Central Time. Just outside of New Orleans, Colonial Bowling Center. That's a great ball move right there. She went to something much stronger, right? You can see the difference in where the ball read, which was much earlier, right? Where you want to see your ball hook, generally speaking. Right? I shouldn't say it that way. I'll say in this situation, when the lanes are tighter and there's certainly some carry down, you want to see your ball hook earlier. It's a much easier move to make when you know where the friction is going to be. All right, so that's a really good move from Sapphire, and again, it helps you calm down. You know, players want to see the ball hook. When you don't see your ball hook, that's when that arm swing gets really, really tight. High flush for Alyssa Ballard. They traded senior for senior, Ballard in for Verano. Well, Coach Doyle and the Jaguars ready for the Vanderbilt Challenge. A couple of schools representing Louisiana in this tournament. Of course, Southern and obviously the host school, Tulane. This tournament dates back to 2013. This is the 12th year of the tournament. Stephen F. Austin won the inaugural event back in 2013. Six, 7, 10 for Natalie Kent. I tell you, if Southern can get Michaela Stevens in a consistent spot, well, this advantage might be 100 pins already. All right, after the Abagania strike, Anderson trying to be third player to put up a double here in this game for the Doors. That's got to get right. It's it holds. I talked about that flick of the wrist for No Fuentes. You know, Sapphire's got that flick. When you watch Danielle release the bowling ball, and obviously she's a two-handed player, but of course the right hand is still doing the majority of the work at the release point. And Danielle kind of flicks the wrist, and then her hand or arm goes to the right to help the ball continue to stay on the right path, moving in the right direction, no pun intended. Right now, the best player on the pair is the Southern leadoff bowler. I've been trying to get the jersey number so I can accurately give her her props. Last year, the Commodores led the field in total pins, and they finished second. And they are trending in that direction right now, but of course, they want to come away this year with a victory. Last year's champion was Stephen F. Austin. Unfortunately, that program was unfortunately eliminated from the athletic department. A really good frame in the fifth for Sapphire. More split trouble. Lana Jones, the freshman from Katy, Texas, is the Southern leadoff bowler. And she has been excellent here through the first 6 frames. In fact, if not for right now, Alyssa Ballard. How about that clutch substitution? But if not for Ballard right now, again, Southern's lead would be much larger. They're just trying to find a little bit more consistency from a couple of additional players in their lineup. They're trying to give Vanderbilt everything that they can handle here in match 3. All right, the crossover Brooklyn and the 5-pin stands for Natalie Kent, the junior from Newark, New York. Finished in junior gold a couple of times, in fact 3 times. Top 15 finisher, multiple top 10 finishes, Storm Youth Championships. Speaking of her youth career, led the high school squad to back-to-back state championships. Run-up finish in the what is really popular Parker Bowman III Scholarship Tournament. Great event. Had a 4.0 grade point average in high school. Abagania mixes them up. You can see that bowling ball kind of really dig as it worked its way down the lane. Boy, just to our right, Duquesne and North Carolina A&T. Every time I look up, boy, A&T has been in some really, really tough battles. And to their right, Wichita State and Arkansas State in another battle. And so it looks like for a lot of the teams, right, yesterday was Vanderbilt who had to face 4 of the top 10 teams in the country, and it looks like today teams like A&T and Wichita State are also facing that. How about Daniela Henderson? Well, shakes off the first couple of frames. Same thing with Abagania. And Vanderbilt now, for the moment, has taken the lead here in this one. Now Southern, at least maybe for a couple more frames potentially. If this spare is made, they will reclaim the lead for a moment. And Darien takes care of business. South. Wow, and how about Haley Lindley getting the call? So Lindley will come in mid-game and the 7th frame. First shot strike for Haley Lindley. Again, this is where the depth that we talked about for Vanderbilt comes into play, right? The sacrifice. All right, and it's just an unfortunate situation, just ball reaction for Sapphire. But that's why you have a team. That's why the players who are not bowling and kind of on that bench do exist. These players are interchangeable. When you got a team like this, anybody can perform at any given time. And again, as long as you're locked in on the common goal, which for this weekend, it's a championship. So Alyssa Ballard comes in and is performing admirably. Haley Lindley comes in 7th frame in the leadoff role for Sapphire and tosses a strike. Meanwhile, Southern with 2 strikes of their own in the 7th frame. And again, folks, this is a battle. Natalie Kent. Now Natalie seeing some additional hook. Lana Jones right now putting in work in the leadoff role for Southern. And it's 3 for 3 for the Jaguars here in frame 7. Trying to lock down a top 10 win potentially. First time these two teams have seen each other this season at a tournament. Right now, this player is the key, I think, for Southern. And Michaela Stevens, if that lefty, and what a double that is. Oh, boy. Like some of the coaching staff for Tulane coming down here to what looks to be a little bit of a scouting mission on 5 and 6 as they are on their way here for match number 4 today, match number 9 overall on the schedule. Boy, this would be a huge save for Vanderbilt. Now, again, Arkansas State just got off this pair and shot 950. Danielle Henderson, big four-bagger. That's the first open frame for Darian Mobley. And Vandy with a 603 to 574 lead after 7 complete frames. Over Southern University representing the SWAC conference. With arguably the best collegiate marching band in the country. Go to a Southern football game. You're certainly going for the experience for football, but you're certainly there also for the halftime show. And that's almost certainly with any band in the SWAC and or the MEAC for that matter. Boy, Lindley does it again. I got to tell you this about Haley Lindley. And if you watched or followed Vanderbilt last year, I watched her strike almost at will during the Lansing Regional. And although, of course, Vandy came up short, as Alana did the work today, but Lindley almost struck at will. I thought she was the team MVP. Whatever you needed from her in a situation too like this, right? But she struck early, she struck often. And now she's called upon to help out the team in a different way today. And she comes through with an early double. Let's see. I'm curious which pair do we go to next. And we're going to go back down to the high end of the building. I was curious if we were following Arkansas State today because 9 and 10 looks to be a golden pair right now based on the number of strikes I'm seeing from Arkansas State and Wichita State respectively. All right, Alyssa Ballard, mom and dad now in attendance. The Ballard family is here, CDB and Dell. Shot there in the 8th for Natalie. Double opportunity here for Southern. A&T and Duquesne in a battle next door. North Carolina A&T, in fact, is coming up next on the Vanderbilt schedule. That match will take place on 15 and 16. Henderson, another one. This is where the striking prowess for Danielle comes into play, and it's just a little bit different than a lot of players, even at the Division I level. That was a huge frame for Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt at 7-12 through 8 frames, with Henderson working on a 5-bagger. The story in this game, if you've joined us late in this match versus Southern, the first 2 frames, a lot of on a mission to find consistent ball reaction is how I would describe it. This pair of lanes certainly different than the previous 2 matches they had bowled on. Much tighter, looked like a lot of carry down. And so finding the right ball reaction for some, balling up, throwing stronger pieces of equipment that saw the lane a bit sooner was the key. It's funny how, again, bowling, you just don't know, right? That's why every day is so different. Every game, every match so different. And they spent so much time trying to stay ahead of transition based on what they saw yesterday, and then they get to a pair that is completely different and almost making opposite moves, if you will. But that's why bowlers bowl. That's why coaches coach. The story here is Sapphire maybe saw that transition the most, unfortunately. Made the good ball change. Thought that was still a good shot in the 5th, but Haley Lindley stepped in for a double. And got one right there down lane. Now has to deal with the 2-5-7. That was a key frame there for Alana Jones. She goes into the 10th frame working on a 3-bagger. It puts Southern in a better position. They're in a great position. It could have just been a little bit better. Just trying to nab a top 10 win here. Duquesne trying to put up a number. They lost to Vanderbilt in match 1 this morning. They are bowling North Carolina A&T, and at the moment looks like they are going to get the win. Alana Jones putting in work for Southern. Meanwhile, Alyssa Ballard got a chance to shoot 248. We used to say back in the day when I bowled, there weren't any warm-up pairs, especially on the men's side of things. And so you generally would be coming in cold unless you got a couple of fill shots or a fill shot. But Vanderbilt uses their warm-up shots. They use them wisely, and they send a couple players every few frames down to a warm-up pair. So Alyssa, probably wasn't the warmest, but she did have a few shots prior to taking the lanes here on 5 and 6, and she has been clutch for the Doors. Anchor down is taking place. They've got a small lead, but Southern not going away. Pin for Natalie Kent. Scores today for Vanderbilt. Again, 10-85 this morning against Duquesne in a victory. 11-39 versus Prairie View A&M, also in a victory. Danielle Henderson has shot 222, 251. Abagania 219, 223. Natalie Kent 215, 236. Sapphire 207, 235. Even though Haley Lindley did enter the game for Sapphire, the final tally or the final score will go onto the scoring column for Sapphire. And Victoria Verano 222, 194. Big double there for Caitlin Abagania. And now you sent it down to your anchor player. And Danielle Henderson right now on a 5-bagger. Looking to make it 6. Sydney Bone now down on the warm-up pair to our left on 1 and 2. Along with Victoria Verano. Henderson could put a 1 stamp. We need some additional postage. Perhaps get this victory home. Looking for the first stamp. Wow. Didn't quite stick the landing. And for someone of her caliber, right, you're just thinking that one of those pins is going to connect. Danielle, somehow the only player I know that could find a smile in the 7-10. She's got the bounce ability, though. All right, she'll take 1. Danielle did have a top 5 finish. Already got one of those this season individually. That was earlier this year, or earlier this month, excuse me, by the way. Speaking of Danielle's top 5 finish, it was at the Bulldog Classic. All right, so Duquesne's going to end up in the 1040s. Looks like this game. A&T can still get you, I believe, 1003 with a couple more strikes in the 10th. Well, how about Haley Lindley? First of all, coming into the seventh frame, double, then leaves a 2-5-7, makes it, and then strikes again here. You talk about saving the game. This is one of those back in when I did bowl, and a teammate, whether it was they came in for me, I came in for them, whatever, and you save a game. It was like, all right, I'll buy you an extra fry tonight with the team meal money. How about Alana? We'll give Alana a lot of credit for Southern. Just a freshman from Katy, Texas. Let's tell you, she didn't bowl like a freshman in this match. Well, she bowled like a senior. I'm trying to explain the level of difficulty it is to come into a game or a match, and not even midway through, in frame 7, right, and do the type of job that Haley has done here. That is 4 out of 5. And Alana Jones is going to be in the 230s. .1045, 10:03. Duquesne defeats North Carolina A&T. Haley Lindley splits the 8-9. And what a run from Lindley. She throws 5 out of 6 and made the 2-5-7. Incredible stuff from Haley Lindley, the junior from Greenwood, South Carolina, whose parents are in attendance. Nice job by Alana Jones for Southern University. I tell you what, those first few frames, they had Vanderbilt thinking. And obviously, Vandy was working through their own trouble, trying to get through this transition that was very difficult in the first few frames. Unfortunately, it's just going to grab that one additional player. Put together a couple of doubles. We talked about Lindley and then, of course, Ballard. Lister steps in to the lineup here in match number 3 today and immediately puts up 230-plus effort. Great Zach attack in the chat. Oh. Appreciate your math skills there, Zach, truly. It's always it's fun reading some of the comments and how people are, some of the fans who take in bowling and kind of which way they're viewing it, right? Nice. Looks like a ball change there for Natalie Kent. Got that wrap 7-10 out. Final pairs in use for Vanderbilt today will be 15 and 16, and then one pair to their left on 13 and 14. Again, North Carolina A&T is the next opponent. They will close with Tulane, the host school, in match 5 and, of course, match 10 overall later today. Little wide right, 278. At ninth frame, unfortunate that blower 710 there. Hurt in more ways than one for Danielle. Team trying to save 1,000 here. Nice spare. So Vandy, let's see. If Caitlin strikes, that would be 964. If she strikes again, it would be 984. And if she strikes out, it would be 994. And then they could indeed save 1,000. That would still be with Danielle to go in the 10th frame. Of course, Danielle not working on a mark in the 9th. Oof, well, that one hooked early. This is one of those, boy, I'm happy to get off this pair with a decent score. All right, so the spare was made from Caitlin. She and Josie chat about which ball to throw next. That one's still hooked. It wasn't as violent as the first shot. 186 for Abagana. And now the team cannot get to 1,000, but 30 in the 10th would get them to 999. But if you, again, base it on what Arkansas State did, they bowled on this pair just prior to Vanderbilt and shot 956. And so they had, I'm imagining, right, certainly based on score, they had some of the same issues that Vanderbilt saw in the first couple of frames of this match. The way this thing is setting up, and again, it's early, so we don't get too far ahead, but the way Arkansas State has performed, it does feel like a Vanderbilt-Arkansas State situation, whether it's for the title tomorrow, whether it's in one of the early matches in the bracket. That's the way it's feeling to me. It's the way it's kind of setting up. with Wichita State, Louisiana Tech, and Nebraska all going to be playing roles, and someone's going to play spoiler. Because not everybody of those 5 is going to be in the top 4. All in all, some adversity in the first 2 frames of this match. And I will give Vanderbilt a lot of credit. They've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 splits this game. Ten splits. They made 3 of them. They didn't miss any makeables. I'm not including some of that. I guess I got to include the Sapphire washout in the 4th frame, although she did make the one in the 3rd. Oh, I'm sorry. Danielle missed one single pin. So they missed 1 single pin spare. 10 splits and a $9.99 effort. All in all, that's not too shabby. They get the dub, and there is looks like 1 match remaining. So looks like we'll be off and running probably in about 5 to 7 minutes or so. But Vanderbilt keeps rolling on. They are now 3-0 on the day, 6-2 overall. We'll see if their how much their lead may have shrank here after all is said and done for match 3 and the scores are in. With that said, we will step aside. Vanderbilt will face North Carolina A and T on lanes 15 and 16. That is coming your way next. Emil Williams Jr. here with you live from the Colonial Lanes Classic on behalf of the Vanderbilt women's bowling team. Again, they will face North Carolina A&T. You're watching Vanderbilt Women's Bowling on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page and the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. right, match number 4, traditional match number 4 of the day, officially off and running. And before I get you into the lineups and such, I will tell you just kind of right off the bat, as I got the latest and greatest in regards to results and standings. Vanderbilt is still in the lead at 84-16. Again, 84-16. We got 163 pins right now, separating Vanderbilt in first and Arkansas State in second. Vandy able to tough out the 9.99 game. It also helps when you do shoot 11.39, so you can afford to have a little bit of a room for error. Third place now, the University of Nebraska. Boy, Nebraska today, they have the highest pinfall total. In fact, 7 pins higher than Vanderbilt at the moment. And Nebraska now in third at 82-33. 10:54, 11:25, 10:51 for Nebraska. Louisiana Tech fourth at 81-84. 5 pins back now of Tech is Wichita State in 5th place. Host school Tulane in 6th, still with a chance. They need some big games here late if they are to make a run to the top 4. The lineup is the same in which that we ended with, meaning that Haley Lindley got the start in the leadoff role, followed by Alyssa Ballard. And on to Natalie Kent, Caitlin Abagania, and Danielle Henderson. Kent now with her first strike. North Carolina A&T led by head coach Kim Terrell-Kearney, a PWBA and USBC Hall of Famer. Literally one of the best human beings ever created. She truly is one of a kind. She is assisted by her husband, Eric Kearney. Of course, Victoria White, one of the very talented players, not just for A&T, but one of the talented two-handed players across the country. Big shot there for Abagania. The energy is a little bit different for Vanderbilt, right? And not having to kind of weed through the first 2 frames earlier in the previous match. The energy is different. North Carolina A&T has brought some energy, and so now the atmosphere is a little different. Peyton Hargrove. Peyton now in the anchor role. The junior. I was talking about lefties earlier, and she's one of the best ones in the country. Hartgrove went from the SWAC to the MEAC. She was previously at Alabama State. All right, Danielle, got to shake that frame off. E&T asking for some hold. Lindley in the Ion Pro Solid. There's a great shot. Sharice Graham, the freshman out of Mansfield, Texas, went to Lake Ridge High School. Leadoff player for the Aggies of A&T, followed by Victoria White. That's got to get up the hill for Alyssa Ballard. See Victoria White. You can probably see a few similarities and certainly the differences between Victoria and Danielle. They both, of course, do represent Missouri and the St. Louis area. Well, Alyssa Ballard, if she had a clean 230, if my memory is correct. So she should have about 13 clean frames. Huge shot there. And you can tell the energy is just a little bit different. And when there's energy, for both teams, it generally results in a very good match. So the Aggies have come out firing. Well, the Commodores off to a little bit of a slower start here. I tell you, but everybody needs a Peyton Hartgrove because talking about energy, that's one of the things I remember about her at Alabama State. Her energy levels were always on point. And there it is on display. Alexa Escamilla, another talented freshman from Clarksville, Indiana. Coach Kim talking about the international recruiting. Shout out to Northern California, Daly City, California represented, and Tiana Cruz, sophomore on this roster. A couple of players from Colombia, one from Cali, and one from Bogota. 2-4-5 conversion is taken care of by Abagania. Now back to Danielle. All right, gets a favorable break. That was kind of in that 2-8-10 zone. And she's able to roll the 2 forward. Coach Barnes with a quick huddle. Off to the right as Cerise Graham, asking that one to lay off again. So Lindley will step up here momentarily after the Graham spare. Great shot. Those last 2 shots, dead perfect. Haley Lindley. For those keeping track of the score, Vanderbilt is on the left side of the screen. Victoria White. Well, these are a couple of misses here for the Aggies, just from the Commodores' perspective, right? It also is telling you where you cannot miss, based on a couple of shots that the Aggies have had. Ballard, that's got to push. High flush. Junior from Newark. Kent. Bang. And the chant of black gold now permeates here through the facility at Colonial Lane Center. Boy, A&T coming to play here. believe that was Sarah Giraldo. Four in a row out the gates for Alexa Escamilla for the Aggies. Take a quick look at some of the individual tallies as well, and you can do that, by the way. It's an individual standings tab on the results page. Alicia Oden, 720 for the first three today. That's an average of 240 even. Mia Stalakis, 704 for the first three. Hartgrove with another one. Danielle Henderson third right now. Whoa. Well, we don't see that every day. And Yale put one in the channel. Let me make sure I saw that correctly. Sams has the front four for the Aggies. Appreciate that assist from my guy, Mr. Roy White, checking out the Aggies versus the Commodores. Went back and just looked at that first shot from Danielle, and that just one of those moments. It happens to all of us. The Aggies have come out. This looks like like you get a good basketball matchup. Like last night, UConn and Michigan was a fantastic women's basketball game. I would use that as an example. It's like coming out either the first quarter, the first half, or even the second half or third quarter, and you get two very good teams, and one gets on that energy run immediately. They get off to that 9-0, 10-0 run. That's what it feels like the Aggies are doing, and then slowly but surely Vanderbilt starting to find a way to kind of break the press a little bit. Haley Lindley's three-bagger has certainly helped that. Four freshmen here on the A&T squad. A couple of sophomores, of course, in Victoria White, Tiana Cruz, and Jasmine Hall. We talked about Peyton Hartgrove, the transfer. Savannah Bergen, also a junior. The lone senior is Juliana Sams. Sams from Chesapeake, Virginia. This might be the first split I think we've seen from Alyssa Ballard since she has been into the lineup, which came in match number 3 versus Southern University. Oh, nice. Keeps her streak of clean frames alive, too. Boy, there's one thing that the Ballards know how to do, and that is make spares and splits. Her mom, Carolyn, one of the best in the business to ever do that. Best in the business to ever bowl, period. both she and Dell. Well, let's see if Natalie Kent can double up here. Good shot. That was a potential energy changing shot right there. You double up after Alyssa makes the split. Five in a row. Well, the Aggies looking like a new team right now. They've been in some very tough and close matches today. Just kind of watching, obviously, from afar. Feels like could be one of those. The record, of course, doesn't indicate how well they've actually bowled. And Hartgrove continues. Boy, Vanderbilt's got the work cut out for him here, folks. Split city here for Danielle. All right, so Danielle's going strike, split, strike, and then gutter 9. And of course, you're just looking to throw a good shot after that and try to eliminate what could be floating in your mind. And kind of leave that fourth frame back where it was, which is much easier said than done. All right, so it's time for the Commodores to rally around Danielle. huge double. Had to go down and make sure we had the A&T lineup all proper. So again, Sharice Graham, Victoria White, Sada Hiraldo, Juliana Sams, and Peyton Hargrove. Didn't like that one, did Natalie Kent. All right, that's a good break, though. One thing I noticed about some of the standings here, the first two or the top two players individually are left-handed. You know, so I mentioned what looks to be a good look on the left. 5 in a row now for Sada, the freshman from Bogota, Colombia. Single pin converted by Vanderbilt. Juliana Sam sets a step up for the Aggies on the left lane, looking for 5 in a row. Meanwhile, Caitlin Abaganian looking for a double, and that is 6 in a row, I should say. I beg your pardon. The front 6 for Sams. Boy, and just like that, the Aggies have jumped out to a pretty big lead here, and now Abagania matching the energy with a double of her own, imploring the squad to let's get going. It's funny how a match or an opponent can just kind of flip the energy switch, and it's basically like the switch was flipped up, turned on. We are already into the 6th frame and completing the 6th frame. It's certainly been a fair share of strikes, which has helped the pace elevate. Speaking of strikes, boy, next door, looks like Wichita State, 2 players possibly with the front 6. They already have 1, and it could be 2 here in a moment. Good shot here for Danielle. Huge break for Henderson. That's just a single pin. It's a 3-pin. And I think Danielle going to find a way to, if it's happening, but kind of decelerate the heart rate a little bit. Take a couple of extra deep breaths. All right, that's a good spare. And she threw that one, I think, where she wanted, certainly for the spare, but could get a kind of a small read. It is 592 to 503 in favor of the Aggies. As we head to the 7th frame, Haley Lindley, after back-to-back splits to open up this game, has rattled off the back 4. Right now, she, along with Alyssa Ballard, Those two have been very key. We talked about it in the previous match. And now Sharice Graham starting to see that 2-10 situation for the Aggies. That's got a peel. We'll take that. 2-pin lead for Lindley. Bailey was an All-American honorable mention in 2024, also part of the All-Rookie First Team, as voted on by the National 10-Pin Coaches Association in 2024. He had 2 career All-Tournament Team selections. Heck of a student. He was on the first-year SEC Academic Honor Roll. He was on the Conference USA Academic Honor Roll, and was an SEC Winter Academic Honor Roll member, majoring in human and organizational development. Good shot by Victoria White. Well, you can say doing the most damage right now for the Aggies. They're 3 and 4 bowlers respectively. Sara Giraldo and Juliana Sams. Again, the win-loss portion is important. No question about that. But right now for the Commodores, they still want to produce the best possible game total pinfall-wise, because they're trying to, if they can, hold on to the top spot for tomorrow. At worst, of course, you're just trying to make sure you hold on to a spot in the top 4. Things can flip just like they did in the final match yesterday. How about it for Alyssa Ballard? And there's the energy from the senior. The leadership from Ballard. Clutch double. One more for Sada. That's a 6-bagger. Now it's Juliana who's going to be looking for a 7-bagger. And I'll give you the story here right now. Again for Vanderbilt, 84-16. They have a 163-pin advantage over second-place Arkansas State at the moment. For North Carolina A&T, they're at 79-85 in 8th, trying to move closer to the 4th spot, where they have a 199-pin difference. So 2 teams at 2 different points in the standings. Vanderbilt trying to remain atop the leaderboard, no worse than 4th. North Carolina A&T trying to make the climb from 8th and to at least 4th to have a chance to win this tournament tomorrow. Big 4 there for Natalie Kinch. She'll take the count. And the run is over for Sams, 3-6-10, and that is converted. Abaganya puts 3 together, and boy, did the Commodores need that. That's one of those calming 3-baggers. And for Caitlin, Max score is 260. Haley Lindley's parents, Alyssa Ballard's parents, right now just to our right, to my right in the bleachers. Sending good vibes to Danielle. Heard the term be aggressive, and that's a good term to use right now. That's a much better shot. Bang! Henderson needed to see the ball go through the pins the right way. She strikes in the 7th. Hartgrove, strike in the 7th. And it is 7:07, 6:16. Vanderbilt right now trailing by 91 pins as we head to the 8th. And we might be the first team or the first group done. I tell you, everywhere I look right now, it feels like there's at least one player on every pair who had the front 6 or 7. Sharice Graham trying to do her part. Lindley trying to do hers. And high flush. That's a good break there. There could be a small 2-1 on the way for Haley Lindley based on the way the ball entered the pins on that shot. But now, quite possibly, here comes the run for Vanderbilt. The mixer for Alyssa Ballard. Stir it up. Victoria White. Next to try to keep the train moving forward, A&T, the sophomore from Wentzville, Missouri. And there it is. If Vandy is to make this one a little closer, especially near the end, they will need some shot making here late as Natalie's look unfortunately starting to wither just a little bit. Well, she's been solid since last night's match 5. In fact, Natalie Kent's games today, 215, 236, 191. Kent, her individual standings to this point, good for 13th. Count is important. She grabs that. Max score now for Natalie, 180 here in game 4 of the day. A&T in the preseason coaches poll. Preseason number 7. The power index ranking, the team a little bit of a slower start. They're 20th in that power index ranking, but coming into the tournament, 23 victories against 10 losses. Always anticipate, certainly, when all is said and done in March and April, but especially March when it's selection show time, A&T is always where they need to be. They've had a stranglehold on the MEAC championship for many years. Of course, you include Maryland Eastern Shore historically in the MEAC. Boy, I tell you, UAB, they finished second last year. UAB on the up and up. So there are no gimmies in any of these conference championship tournaments. Hello to all of our Vanderbilt fans, parents, cousins, aunties, and uncles, and everybody in between. Danielle Henderson, perhaps the biggest double of the day right there. We also say hello to any North Carolina A&T Aggies fans and parents. Some of you may be checking in at the moment. We appreciate you tuning in. My name is Emil Williams Jr. On behalf of Vanderbilt Women's Bowling, who have the lead in the overall tournament through almost 9 complete matches, 5 Baker matches yesterday, and almost 4 complete today. But right now they are facing their toughest task here. A&T is not messing around. Duquesne this morning had a pretty good start against Vanderbilt. Ran into a little bit of trouble, did the Dukes. And Vandy continued on their hot start. They shot 1085 this morning. Vandy then shot 1139 against Prairie View A&M. And a slow start to match number 3 versus Southern on a pair of lanes that was quite tricky, to say the least, to begin the match. They ended up shooting 999 to take home the win. They are undefeated on the day, 6-2 overall. But A&T not hearing that. Vanderbilt heads to the 9th frame, trailing by 81 pins. It's a big shot here for Sharice Graham. He wants to be able to take care of the clean frame, and there it is. Well, that's one of those, where you got a player who hasn't been able to strike a ton, right? But she's been around the pocket. And you get a trip 4 out of that, and that sets her up for a possible game in the 190s. Meanwhile, Haley Lindley, if you take away the 2 splits, okay, Lindley with essentially 4 out of 7. I'm sorry. 6 out of the last 7, I beg your pardon, with regard to strikes. If you take away the splits. She entered the lineup in frame 7 of the previous game and then went 5 out of 6. Right, White takes care of her spare. That moves her to a max of 202. Lindley in position with a double in the 10th frame for Vanderbilt to get into the 230s. Spare converted by Alyssa Ballard. Natalie Kent, back-to-back splits. You know a move is assumed here. Kent holds the ball almost shoulder high. You can see it right in front. Got a push ball. Maybe? No. Good shot. Very good move. Now to Geraldo. A&T looks, it's early in the season, folks. You have to keep that in mind. For some teams, this is their third or fourth tournament. For Vandy, this is their fourth tournament. And so maybe some new groups, you're working in freshmen. The buy-in, of course, to what the coaches certainly believe. And this single pin there for Natalie Kent. All right, Geraldo with the spare. Max score 246. Again, Vandy right now trailing by 90. Abagania. Big shot in the ninth. Undoubtedly an uphill battle. Vandy's going to need some help from A&T. Danielle can only get to 203 this game. When you got a player like Juliana Sams, who started with the front six. She's gone 7 spare, 9 spare, now 310 since that moment in time. Now back to Danielle. 9-pin goes. Nice spare conversion, by the way, for Sams. Now to Hartgrove. Ooh, that was a wicked wrap 7. 4-pin. Got around that 7-pin quickly. Boy, just to the right there, I saw Coach Kim. Right, I'm always looking at coach-player interactions, right? Sometimes they can just be very subtle. Coach Kim effectively, kind of signaled to Peyton, just kind of relax, put kind of both hands down so she can attack this spare. Well done. All right. So 9:09 for A&T, 8:32 for the Doors. They've had the anchor down all day long and undefeated to this point. They have been a very good A&T squad here late on day 2 of competition here at the Colonial Bowling Center at the Colonial Lanes Classic, hosted by Tulane. In fact, Tulane will be the final opponent for Vanderbilt here this afternoon. It will take place on 13 and 14. How about Haley Lindley? Again, minus the 2 splits, Lindley has thrown 12 strikes in her last 14 opportunities. All right, the spare made for Sharice Graham. Strike gets her to 171. There's another. There's a brutal 9-pin there. What a job by Haley Lindley. 226. Victoria White for A&T. Ballard, 6'10". Randy at 897. 60 pins they trail. And the full advantage certainly in the Aggies' favor. Though unforced error there in the 10th from Victoria White. She shoots 180. Geraldine Doran Ballard off in the distance. Come on, trust it. Talking about Alyssa Ballard. The search for the missing bowling ball. All right, so Ballard's going to get a fill shot. Wow, what a shot. Boy, this young lady is talented. Pretty impressive stuff here from Sada Hiraldo, just a freshman. She's in the 230s. All right, we'll see Sydney Bowe now for the first time. Sid got the call about a frame ago. I saw her looking for her piece of equipment. Cousin for cousin. Another really good shot. Again, all things considered. Sometimes it's the spare ball that feels a little strange after a while of not having it. Boy, talk about a hard-fought victory. And according to the scoreboard, Arkansas State and a nail-biter, 941 to 928. We actually have followed Arkansas State a couple of times today. The last time Arkansas State shot 956, it was on 5 and 6, and that's the pair that Vandy went to that was kind of squirrely. They ended up shooting 999. Sydney made a 1-and-1 move, and I can actually confirm that because I saw her say that directly to Coach Barnes, and Coach Barnes gave the head nod to confirm to give a try at that move. All right, first one a good one for Caitlin Abagania. Well, unfortunate miscue for A&T, leaving a few pins out there. Again, they're trying to make that climb from 8th to 4th with a game to go. That was a huge shot there for Peyton Hartgrove. You didn't want to leave it to chance there. If Abagania had struck again, there was still a path for Vanderbilt to sneak a win against A&T. But the no strike there for Abagania and the first one in the 10th for Peyton Hartgrove sealed that up. Very good game by the Aggies. They left a few pins out there. Vanderbilt, they accepted the challenge, and they will take their first loss of the day. Bang. Important for the finish here for Henderson. And again, you're just looking for as many pins as possible. Put your arms around Natalie Kent. Struggled a little bit late in the game. She had 3 consecutive opens, a couple of splits, missed a single pin. Sydney Bone got the 10th frame. She went 9 spare strike. But the credit goes to North Carolina A&T in this one. They shoot 10-44. And that hands Vanderbilt their first loss of the day. Well, I gotta tell you, what a save here by Danielle. Strike, split, 8 out. Just left a 2-10 there, got no count. Struck in the 3rd, and then went gutter 9. And then split again in the 5th. She had 63 in the 5th. And she has managed to turn this into 2-0. Again, as well as A&T was bowling, the miscues in the 10th frame nearly allowed Vanderbilt to sneak out a win. That was a well-bowled NCAA college bowling game right there from both teams. 10-44, 10-25 in favor of North Carolina A&T. Vandy falls to 3-1 on the day. They fall to 6-3 overall, with one more traditional match remaining. And it's going to come against Tulane, and it will be on 13-14. So for the team, at least for Vanderbilt, one small move, one pair to their left. So they don't have to make the big jump or take a long walk for their next pair. However, there are several teams competing and finishing up the 10th frame right now. 10-25, although the loss, still important. They try to keep their lead in the overall grand scheme of the tournament as they inch closer to a possible #1 seed and top billing in tomorrow's championship bracket. It'll be interesting to see how many pins A&T may have gained and close their deficit to 4th. That's what A&T was playing for. With that being said, we will step aside for now. Very good game, as mentioned. Again, 10-44, 10-25. A&T defeats Vanderbilt here in match 4. The Commodores will face the host, Tulane. It's the Green Wave and the Commodores. That's coming up next on 13-14 as we continue our live coverage of the Colonial Lanes Classic, live from Colonial Bowling Center, Harahan, Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Back in a moment. You're watching Vanderbilt Women's Bowling on the Vandy Women's Bowling Facebook page and the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. mic. When you know, hot mic. All right, Vanderbilt now facing the host, Tulane Green Wave. And Tulane is not going to be wasting any time because they too are trying to get a spot in the top 4. We'll have those results here momentarily. Haley Lindley, by the way, already struck, if you could imagine that. Sydney Bowen will get the start here in the final traditional match today. She came in, took care of the 10th frame, left a 9-pin, and then struck in place of Natalie Kent. Okay, Sydney. Probably another 2-1 away. Abagania. That was absolutely aced. I mean, if you had the ace of spades, that shot would have beat the ace of spades. That's how good that was. Fantastic shot. Andy looking to close out with a victory and maybe even another 1100 game if we're thinking about the way things worked yesterday. Danielle Henderson, whose first 5 frames of the previous game were not what you'd want to see. She ended up with 63 in the 5th, managed to shoot 203. Looking for 5 in a row early as a team, and crosses over. Meanwhile, Tulane, unfortunately, 3 consecutive opens to start here. Nia Solakis, the leaders on this squad. She's been the anchor for a minute from Worcester, Massachusetts. Her sister also bowled for the program. Tulane just got a very big recruit in Malia Briggs. All right, so the standings are updated. And Vanderbilt is now still in the lead at 94-41. 94-41, but there is a new entry for second place, and it is Nebraska, who has led the day in traditional pinfall. Nebraska now at 92-80. They've moved in front of Arkansas State and Wichita State. In fact, Arkansas State has dropped to fourth. They were second. Wichita State has moved back to third. And now Louisiana Tech at the moment is on the outside looking in. So it's going to be a race between Wichita State, Louisiana Tech, Arkansas State, and possibly Tulane. Tulane's going to need a humongous game. And North Carolina A&T would need a humongous game and some more help. And we'll see how things play out here. I can tell you, though, for Haley Lindley, it's like the DJ Khaled song, All I Do Is Win. But for Haley Lindley, every time I see her, she's basically saying, all I do is strike. Here's Abagania. 3 Commodores with doubles to start their final traditional match of the day. Of course, with Tulane being the host, we've got a lot of their athletic staffers working the tournament and operations, and of course some of their media, photographers, videographers, etc. right here to pay attention to what's happening.
Hit it, yeah!
Haven't seen this type of start from Vandy since match 2.
All right,
Again, that match 3, match 4 transition. I would still put yesterday's transition situations much worse than today's overall, but 5 and 6. If they didn't get it together quickly, as quick as they did, that could have been a very difficult game, and they turned what could have been, 850 as an example, into 999. And they pretty much gave away, and not gave away as in they missed spares, but they basically kind of had to punt the first 2 frames because they were trying to make moves on the fly. So all in all, I think a pretty good day thus far here for Vanderbilt. Trying to go into Sunday's competition, your leader for the 2nd consecutive season. They did it last year. They led in total pinfall and ended up losing in Game 7 to Stephen F. Austin in the championship match.
Good ball, man. Good job, man. Good ball.
A quick 3-bagger from Lindley. It's just incredible what Haley's been able to do today. Lillian Smith set to step up, freshman from Belleville, Illinois, for Tulane. Alyssa Ballard, strike, spare, strike to start the day. What a carbon copy almost of what we experienced yesterday. Again, at about the same times. This start already kind of reminiscent of the way they started Baker set 5 last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say. By the way, that Baker set 5 resulted in a 5-game pinfall total of 11-12. That's 1,112 pins knocked down. That surpassed what they had earlier in the match 2 yesterday, which was 11-11. Sydney Bone. When Vanderbilt walked out of the building, obviously knowing that they had put together a big game and they'd probably move up, probably a spot, maybe even 2, but they had moved all the way back to first place after being as low as 4th. Abaganya with 3 in a row. That is 7 consecutive strikes. Again, dating back to Sydney Bone's strike in the 2nd frame. Paige Matisiak. Sophomore from Lockport, Illinois. Back to Danielle Henderson to close out frame 3. Been a while since we've seen an all-strike frame from Vanderbilt, but I think if the tally is right, if this was Youth League, we'd be up to 4 pizzas at this point if My man, Mr. No Fuente, is still watching. Again, thanks to everyone who has watched today, or really the first 2 days of competition. If you've been watching on the Vanderbilt Women's Facebook page, we appreciate you. Shout out to Grandma Jane, everybody's favorite grandmother. Grandma Jane, if you're watching, always a pleasure. The Yeager family's been consistent, so has the Nofuentes. The Ballards are in the building. I'm sure the Bone family has been catching up, as well as the Henderson family. The Abaganias have been watching. The Jumigan family has been watching. We've got Victoria's dad is actually in attendance, and I'm sure mom, sister, and the rest of the fam have been watching as well. So again, hello to all of you. The Yeager family have been keeping me entertained. And certainly the Kent fam has been watching as well. Sapphire and Avery Jumigan headed to the warm-up pair, so this is heading into frame, or we are in frame 4 at this point. If I'm not mistaken, Vanderbilt football should be underway. Kickoff at 2:30. Yeah, just underway. If you're a Vanderbilt football fan, which this team will probably be pulling it up. In fact, we already got a couple of fans in attendance pulling up the Gamecast on their phone. So Tulane needs a big game to give themselves a chance to move into the top 4. They enter this tournament, the 19th ranked team in the country. Their RPI rank this season is 24th. All right, Alyssa handles her business. She remains clean. 7 spare up top, you saw, again, also from Haley Lindley. Bone. Cannot break it down. course, Sydney with brothers who have performed at the highest levels and also in collegiate bowling. And Brandon and Justin. Brandon won a national championship with Weber a couple of seasons ago. Justin trying to do the same thing in this final season at SCAD Savannah. Very good team does SCAD have too. That's a good 9 right there for Caitlin. In the previous match, like I talked about, there were 4 players, at least, who started with the front 6 or more. Seen a couple of players with the front 4 and the front 5 already. Oh, how about that? Hello to Leslie, who is indeed watching. It is another busy bowling weekend for the Bone family. I feel like there's never not a weekend. Maybe Thanksgiving, right? It's like that one weekend where no one's bowling. Actually, probably not, because there's a ton of stuff to bowl on Thanksgiving weekend everywhere across the country. Thank you for checking in. Incognito, we appreciate you. Number 33, Samia Yeager. Number 33 in your program, but number 1 in your hearts. Really awesome to know that the Bone family also in the business of hosting tournaments, not just of the youth variety, but also of the NCAA collegiate variety. I did not know that. How about that? The old Garden State Classic at Howell Lanes. So through 4 frames quickly with a much better start. Vanderbilt leading by 107 pins early over the green wave of Tulane. That felt like the only thing that could stop Haley Lindley. Truly, it's been splits. That's the only thing that has stopped Haley Lindley. What feels like a long period of time, but it's just been, at this point, about 2 full games worth of frames. She bowled the full game in the previous match against the Aggies and bowled frames 7, 8, 9, and 10 in a fill-in situation for Sapphire No Fuente. That was in match number 3.
Right here, side up, let's go.
Ballard, a little bit of a weak 10. I think Alyssa might be seeing some of this late transition. Paige Matiasek, sophomore again from Lockport and Lockport Township High School. That's a perennial powerhouse in high school girls bowling in the state of Illinois. Lockport has multiple state championships in its history.
Come on. Right here, Jake.
The 12th year of this tournament. Alyssa moving to a what looks to be a different bowling ball. Ion Pro Solid. A little stagnant, a little delayed down lane, so she's looking for something with just a little bit more energy. And she's able to kick out some of these 10 pins. Meanwhile, a couple of doubles for Tulane, and Stalakis trying to put a strike on the board in the 5th frame to help steady Tulane here. Back-to-back single pins here for Caitlin Abagania. Just to their right, Arkansas State trying to close out a good day of bowling against Jackson State. But there are no guarantees, and Arkansas State is going to make sure they remain in the top 4.
Nothing. It just is like on the live when it's doing all. It's literally in the middle of the game. It's like all the other games.
Pick it up, man.
It's
So Danielle set to close out frame number 5 for Vanderbilt. Yeah, what a backdrop for this tournament in the great city of New Orleans, also known as the Crescent City. Yeah, breaks down the split, does Henderson. Of course, when you think New Orleans, most people think about good food, which you would be correct. Food, fun, live music. If you like brass instruments, then this is your place. A lot of history also in this city as well as the state. Battles going on around us. Again, I mentioned Arkansas State. A&T needs a big game to possibly sneak into the top 4. Nebraska wants to make sure they stay in the top 4. Same thing with Wichita State. Louisiana Tech's going to need a big game as well. Nothing like it's just a go common 10 pin. That's the end result for Lindley. Vanderbilt just got to keep doing what they're doing, and they're going to be just fine. It's not going to be a situation of whether they're going to make the top 4. It's a situation where is someone going to shoot 11-20, for example, and maybe sneak around Vanderbilt possibly. Now, it would take a lot at this point for that to happen. By the way, let's see. Wichita State is facing Florida A&M in their final match. Let's see where Louisiana Tech is. They've got an important game, and they are facing UAB on 21-22. The surprise after yesterday's competition was not that Vanderbilt shot 11-12. The surprise really was Wichita State shooting 869 to fall out of the lead. That was something that, even with Vandy bowling as well as they did, moving into first place didn't seem like it was possible based on the way Wichita State was bowling at that time. It's a good ball change, though. Good ball change for Alyssa Ballard. Again, something a little cleaner. Nice little defined move down lane.
Pick it up. Pick it up, Fade. Stay clean.
if you were to look ahead to tomorrow, ideally Vanderbilt will walk into the building in the morning and they would bowl whoever is going to be the number 2 seed. I'm sorry, the 4th seed, I beg your pardon. Let's take a look at that bracket to make sure that part hasn't changed. It is the, it would be the number 2 seed, so they would bowl a 1 versus 2. And it's this bracket without lanes yet, so I can't tell you where they might bowl. That'll be finalized at the conclusion of our competition today. And if you had to, feel pretty good about Vandy on the fresh, I'm here to tell you that they have been absolutely fantastic on the fresh. It's been matches 3 or games 3 and 4 that have been troublesome. A little bit today, a lot more yesterday. But someone like Tulane, right? If Tulane were to sneak into the top 4 tomorrow, they too have been very good on the fresh. Right now, if Vandy's going to face Nebraska, that would be a 7-game match to me, without question, because both of those teams, especially Nebraska today, they've been great all day long. They've had very minimal hiccups. In fact, they do have the highest traditional total through 5 games today, or 4 games, excuse me. Just a few pins ahead of Vanderbilt. Right now, Vandy leading by 94 in a very business-like approach to closing out this day 2 of competition. Not the easiest of spares, though, here for Danielle Henderson. Let's take a look at the individual standings quickly here. Danielle was in the top 5 and still is. So an opportunity for Danielle to grab another all-tournament team, possibly. Mia Stolakis, though, who did shoot 267. In fact, Stolakis has gone 257, 267 in the last 2 games for Tulane. She is the Tulane anchor right now. She is pacing or going the Dutch 200 route, I should say. Trying to hang on for a spot. It would be cool, of course, if you host a tournament and you win your own tournament. Certainly as a team, but that's pretty cool, too, as an individual. Mary Beth Baker of Duquesne having a great day. She's 118 over for 4. Alicia Oden, the talented lefty for Wichita State, 100 over for 4 as well. There's Danielle Henderson, 90 over for 4. And Maya Green of Sam Houston State, 81 over for 4 games. Other Commodores in the top 10, Caitlin Abaganya, 861 for 4 games. That's an average of 215.25. Natalie Kent was possibly well on her way to an all-tournament team selection, but Game 4, unfortunately, was very difficult. And shooting 149 with the 10th frame bowl. Tenth frame was bowled by Sydney Bone. the 7th frame. Manny just trying to finish strong. That ball's got a wheel. It does, and wraps a 10, does Sydney Bone. I talked about Sydney really in every single player with regard to sacrifice. Last year, Sydney found herself as a freshman bowl against some really crucial moments, especially later in the season. That kind of experience is invaluable, especially when you kind of look at the long term, the broader view of the program and Sydney's potential lasting impact on it. I'm sorry. Just yesterday I was talking about how she has interacted with teammates. I thought some of her interactions with Danielle, in between Danielle may have been struggling just a little bit, trying to find ball reaction, ball motion, and Sydney was right there to kind of keep her spirits up. All right, Abagania doubles, and again through 7. Boy, Caitlin Abagania, another opportunity, possibly 267. And actually for Caitlin, who is 9th right now individually. Possibility for Abagania with a big game to sneak inside the top 5. All right, we're headed to the 8th. Vandy with a 110 pin advantage. Well, just next door, Arkansas State and Jackson State. That's a match right now that's only separated by 6 pins. And currently the Red Wolves are trailing. However, they do have 2 players working on a 3-bagger. But Jackson State got a player with a 3-bagger of her own. I think it's Tiara Henderson, the true freshman, who bowled pretty well against Vanderbilt yesterday. Oh my. Alyssa Ballard. That was funny, actually. They just kind of caved in.
Get out, man.
Another 10th pin there for Sydney Bone. And just like bowling, if you miss one, the likelihood of you leaving another one and getting another opportunity to make good is come upon Sydney Bone here. I've seen Lillian Smith a few times. She's bowled several youth events that I have either worked or been a part of in the past. Haley Veach. So much work. This bowling center also hosts the Conference USA championship tournament. So the entire staff here is so used, of course, to hosting. Tulane also streams on the Tulane YouTube channel. So Abaganya inching closer to possibly sneaking to the top 5 individually. Working on again on the 3-backer. That back still sits at 268. For the Vandy football fans, they lead 3-0. Second quarter, clock running, 14:10 remaining, and Kentucky punting away to the 14th ranked Commodores. All right, good quality shot for Danielle Henderson. For Danielle, she managed game 4 very well, and even game 3 for that matter. She shot 222, 251, 214, and 203. And the 203, again, she had 63 in the 5th frame. So 203 was a long way away at that particular time. Well, fans, the way it's looking, your Commodores are going to, well, I should say, they have done the first part, right? The first 2 days of the regular season. Sorry, I just keep hitting this microphone. My apologies. The first 2 days of a regular season event, you have to put in the work to put yourself in position to win the tournament. And again, that's to get into the, you got to be in the top 4 after 5 matches of Baker on Friday and 5 traditional games on Saturday. If you're in the top 4, then you're in the upper echelon of the championship bracket and will have a chance to win the tournament. And Vanderbilt certainly has done that. So it's not going to be a new tournament tomorrow, but it could feel that way. Arkansas State and Jackson State is coming down to the 10th frame, folks. And Jackson State, they're in position for a possible upset.
Good ball, Fade. Good ball, Fade.
Faith Washington's going to bowl a clean 218. She makes the spare. But Arkansas State, I talked about the 3-baggers they had. They had a couple players. That's turned into a couple of players with 4-baggers, and that's probably going to be the difference for Arkansas State. What looks now to be more than a winning situation. I see a huge string of strikes down there. I'm trying to figure out which teams it are. It might be Sam Houston State. I think it's Sam Houston State or Wichita State, one or the other. Again, Wichita State in the top 4, trying to remain there. Sam Houston State was trying to make a quick rally to possibly get into the top 4. Oh, Sydney able to get the 10 out. Finally. Now big game still brewing here for Caitlin Abaganya. The freshman has bowled every game and every frame to this point in the tournament. And the Commodores have put a touchdown on the board versus Kentucky. Well, it's incredible. It's incredible what a good football team will do for a university. Now, obviously, Vandy is one of the best academic institutions around. And athletically, the baseball team has been phenomenal for many years. But what the football team has produced, that just adds a different vibe to the campus. And now we got trainers checking in on the score here as the women's bowling squad wraps up competition here for the day. Ruzak next door for the Red Bulls just shot 222, and that was one of the big moves as Henderson strikes again. So Danielle's got a possible 223. Again, Arkansas State and the team standings are 4th, and they are trailing, or I'm sorry, they are in front of Louisiana Tech by just a few pins. 15 to be exact. And the Bulldogs are way down on 21 and 22, speaking of Louisiana Tech. So Arkansas State truly playing for, again, their championship hopes, at least an opportunity to bowl for a title tomorrow. If they finish 5th, then they'll be in that 5th through 8th bracket.
Oh, babe. Need 2 more like that.
All right, that one had to get up the hill, but no matter what, Haley Lindley, late game heroics, steps in for Sapphire Nofuente and match number 3. In the 7th frame, throws 5 out of 6 strikes and also made the 2-5-7. That's the lone she didn't strike in that one. Then bowls the full game in match number 4 versus North Carolina A&T, shoots 226, and now a spare here in good count will put her back in the 220s.
Fight back, baby. Fight back. Go, team. Close it out, team. Come on.
All right, so the Red Wolves are going to win versus Jackson State, but they don't know if they're going to be in the top 4. That is still to be determined. Haley Lindley, 226 and 220. What an effort by Haley Lindley. Alyssa Ballard also entered the lineup in match number 3. She shot 237, followed with 214 against the Aggies. And she too a strike away from another game in the 220s. Oh, great shot. Coming up next, we will try to grab a coach or player. 2:16, the official tally for Alyssa Ballard. So the Red Wolves shot 10:43. All right, so we're just going to do some math here because we want to know who could be bowling the Commodores tomorrow. They're going to finish at 10,237, Arkansas State. A&T's going to get another victory at the end of the day. It looks like, boy, UAB and Louisiana Tech coming down to it. Hard for me to see what the numbers are for Louisiana Tech. I was looking for the 1,000 or 1,000 like number, but I'm not seeing that yet. Nice finish by Tulane here. Nice job by Page, 225. Other scores still in play here again. Nebraska. Will they hold on to second, or will Wichita State move into second possibly? That seems to be about the only thing left to be determined at this point. Arkansas State is probably in. Only question is, what position are they going to hold for tomorrow? .232 for Kaylin Abaganya. Sydney with 181, Caitlin with 232. Abaganya finishes at 861. Oh, I'm sorry, was at 861. She finishes with 1093. Nice finish. 1072 the team tally. Danielle shoots 223 to go with 890. That is 11-13-4-5. For Danielle, that's an average of 222.6. 218.6 for Abaganya for 5.
What are we talking about today?
We're going to talk about so that's okay. We're going to use that part. So I'm going to basically kind of do one of these and you'll talk into it. Does that make sense? All right, bet. Okay, so we're joined by Danielle Henderson, folks. She just shot 11-13 for 5. 222 average, as we just talked about, as Vandy goes 4-1 on the day, including the last victory over Tulane. First, Danielle, great bowling. There was a moment yesterday in matches 3 and 4 where the transition got a little weird for the team, and it looked like it was about to happen again, but you guys were, I thought, much more prepared based on what happened yesterday today. How did you work your way through the 5 games as a team and what looks to be still holding on to the top spot?
I think learning from yesterday was a big key, and I think taking from like even previous tournaments and kind of just getting our stuff together. Like it's time that we like place first in a tournament or going into the last day. So I think just really striving for that spot. Yeah.
For you individually, obviously started well, and then there was like a small loop, but your scores wouldn't necessarily say that you had any kind of struggles today. But you rallied to shoot 203 after having like 63 in the 5th. What happened in that game, and then kind of what did you see specifically for you on the lanes that helped you perform today?
So I don't know what frame it was, but I went strike, and then I left 210, and I thought it was a good shot, and then the ball hit my ankle, and then I think I threw it. All in all, I think the first few frames I had to just get settled, and then I feel like when I can find it, I can repeat pretty well or get close to repeating, and so I just have to take advantage of that when it comes.
I know every player, has to adjust to different things. For you, new city, new state, new team, all of that stuff. But from my vantage point, it looks like you've adjusted pretty well. How has the team kind of helped you and rally around you just to adjust to a new squad and a new city?
I feel like I tell them this a lot, but like they're very lighthearted, and I think that goes a long way. And so I think that when we can have fun doing something that we all kind of enjoy, it can be fun. And we just do it. We just have a good time. Yeah.
All right, last question for tomorrow. You've been in situations, you know how Sundays work. It looks like you're going to go in leading. So the mindset, what is the mindset? What does the mindset have to be tomorrow to come away with a victory, 2 victories, I should say, to get to the title?
I think being patient is always a key. You just have to, when you can get those rallies, take advantage of them. And when you're not, stay patient and wait for it to come to you, because it will come. I think leaning into that. And then also just, not paying so much attention to our opponents. And just focusing on us and bringing good energy, because if we bring good energy, I think that can sometimes create good shots.
Great bowling today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, that is Danielle Henderson, ladies and gentlemen, stopping by after a a fantastic day. It might be enough to make the all-tournament team. We'll find out. Even if it's not, she did exactly what she needed to do. We got some clarity on the gutter ball. She did hit her ankle. So with that said, are we talking to Josie too? No, I'm just playing.
And next up, built-in frames.
All right, folks. With that said, I think we'll be able to call it a day. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Competition will begin at what I believe is 8:30. I'm going to go double check that. 8:30. Josie nods in confirmation. You know what? Since she's sitting here, I'm not going to pass up the opportunity. I'm going to let her chew this protein bar first. But I do have a couple of questions for Josie, assistant coach Josie Barnes, while we wait. All right, Jose. I think I asked you earlier just about the steps you took as a team to not have the transition affect you the way it did yesterday. It looked like it was starting to go in that direction, and I think it was game or match 3, the one on 5 and 6 in particular. How difficult really was that pair, and what did you guys do to kind of right the ship quicker than yesterday?
Yeah, I think we knew that pair was probably going to be a little bit of a challenge. We were able to kind of watch it from the side, and Arkansas had bowled on it the previous match. So we had a little bit of insight, in that sense. But you never really know until you get on that pair and see your balls go down the lane. And so we ended up finding that they played tighter than we anticipated. And so I think part of why it felt like that transition was going to go the way of yesterday was because it did the opposite of what yesterday did for us to start. But the girls were able to kind of buy into what we were seeing and what I was telling them, and they were able to kind of right that ship after about 3 frames.
It's the voice of head official Rick Barbera giving the final instructions and the schedule for tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, so last year, you guys will go into the same position, it looks like, the leading in total pins, top seed, and they, of course, bowled a very tough team and SFA, ultimately to lose the title in a very close fashion. You've been very experienced. You know how Sundays work. What's the mindset? How do you keep the team just focused on what's in front of them immediately as opposed to looking ahead?
I mean, I guess the good news for me is I have a very short memory, so I don't really remember much of any of that. And I do try to get them to understand that too, right? Tomorrow's a new day, both for the good and bad, right? We've done a lot of hard work this weekend, and they've earned the right to be in a championship match. But they have plenty of work to do tomorrow, and so it's always just one step in front of the next. And you don't get a whole lot of opportunities to be in championship matches, and it's something I personally take with me when I bowl individually, and it's something I hope to teach them as a team, is to enjoy the moment of having an opportunity to win a title, because you don't really know how many opportunities you get.
Excellent work, Jose. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, it's Associate Head Coach Josie Barnes, and now with that, we will officially call it a day. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. Again, 8:30 a.m. Central. Vanderbilt will be your number 1 seed. Who will they face in the morning? Well, we will know in probably a few seconds once all of the final results are in. But your Doors are in the championship bracket. They're at the top of the bracket, and we'll have a chance to win the title. We'll need to win certainly their first match tomorrow morning to get their kind of automatic spot. With that said, I want to thank the entire staff, Skylar, Renee, of course, Coach Barnes, Coach Williamson, and Coach Allen, and of course the wonderful players that make up this Vanderbilt women's bowling team, and all of you, the fans, for watching on both the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. With that said, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you tomorrow, again 8:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, for Championship Sunday here at the Colonial Lanes Classic from the suburbs of New Orleans. Until then, you guys be safe, be well. Watch Vanderbilt football. We will see you tomorrow. This has been a presentation of Day 2 of the Colonial Lanes Classic. And you watched it live on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Network.